Okay, we are ready for the discussion of housing this afternoon. And before we get started on the staff briefing, I just wanted to make sure everybody understands what happens when there's public testimony. In general, I like to let people take the amount of time they need to make the points they want to make. Having said that, nobody is guaranteed any particular amount of time. I have the discretion to cut you off if you repeat yourself or things that other people have already raised repeatedly. I generally will try not to do that unless you're being exceptionally repetitive, in which case we just need to move things along. So I think you'll find that I am very accommodating and try to bend over backwards, not to cut people short, but please help me accommodate you by being succinct and not repeating yourself or going over the same material that others have covered several times already. With that, I should also clarify, this is an opportunity for public input, but it is not a public hearing, capital P, capital H, in the legal sense of that term. If you have material you'd like to submit, there's no particular deadline for that. We're not like on a clock for like we would be if this was a regulatory item or a master plan that we were about to send to the county council. So if you think of something else later or there's something you don't get in, you can feel free to send that to us, to our staff by email, and that's perfectly fine. So we'll start, though, with a briefing by the staff on their work on this project to date. And I'll turn it over to Jason Sartori.
Actually, Chair Anderson, this is Tanya Stern, Deputy Director. For the record, I will actually be starting the presentation. Can we go to the next slide, please? So first, I want to go over the agenda for today's presentation. First, I'm going to talk a bit more about what we want to accomplish with today's session. And then after that, we will move on to talking about some related housing efforts and how the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative is different from those. Then we will go into the why of this initiative. What was the council's request to the planning department? And then we will discuss the rationale for the proposed changes that we will be discussing today. Then we will go into the details, the how, of these preliminary recommendations. And then following that, we will share with the board a summary of the public comments we have received to date. And then we will follow up or wrap up with guidance on next steps. Next slide. So just to kind of set the stage for today's session, again, the focus today is for planning staff to present our preliminary recommendations for the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. And then we will ask the board to provide initial questions and brief preliminary feedback. And I'm really emphasizing the brief, in part because, as you all know, we have a large number of public speakers. And so we want to make sure there's plenty of time for these speakers to share their comments. But also, we will be having work sessions in July, which will be the opportunity for the board to have an in-depth discussion about the recommendations with the staff. And just lastly, as the chair just noted, this is not an official public hearing. The Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative is a study. It is not a formal plan or introduced zoning action. But again, today's session is the opportunity for us to hear from the public on their feedback related to the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. Next slide. So this initiative has involved a team of staff from across our department. The team that's been dedicated to this project, in addition to myself, includes Lisa Cavone, our housing planner with Countywide Planning and Policy, Zubin Adrian Bala with Mid-County Planning, Ben Berbert with Countywide Planning and Policy, Todd King with Research and Strategic Projects, Jason Sartori, who is the chief of the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. And then we've also been supported throughout this initiative with through assistance from our communications division, as well as staff who are working on the Silver Spring downtown and adjacent communities plan, and with urban designers throughout our department. So again, this has really been a team effort. Next slide. So I will turn it over to Lisa.
Thank you, Tanya. For the record, Lisa Cavone with Countywide Planning and Policy. I want to start by recognizing that there have been multiple ongoing conversations about missing middle and attainable housing, and I'd like to walk through some of those conversations and their relationships. Thrive Montgomery is a general plan that is a long-ranging policy document that is the big umbrella of big ideas. And missing middle is just one of those ideas. As Director Wright has stated before, missing middle is on one page out of 160 in an all-encompassing document that has wide-ranging policy ideas on various topics, housing included. It also recognizes that for housing, this housing shortage is too big to be solved by one singular strategy, like missing middle or attainable housing. And then we need to try and do a lot of different things to produce more housing for everyone. As a general plan, Thrive does not change zoning. Thrive requires tools like zoning processes like attainable housing strategies, zoning text amendments like ZTA 2007, and sectional map amendments like what will conclude the adoption of the Silver Spring Plan to have its ideas implemented. Through attainable housing strategies, the planning board and planning staff is being asked to consider zoning reforms that would give greater opportunities for missing middle housing. And we have also been asked to consider concepts in both ZTA 2007 and a draft ZTA from Councilmember Reamer that would allow opportunities for missing middle housing along our corridors. And you'll see today in our recommendations that we took elements from both in our zoning recommendations. Concurrently to this attainable housing strategies process that is looking at zoning reforms, we have an ongoing master plan process, the Silver Spring, Downtown, and Adjacent Communities Plan, where the planning board expanded the boundary of the plan to allow staff to examine the potential for missing middle housing in blocks adjacent to the downtown and Purple Line. The recommendations for attainable housing will inform the missing middle recommendations in the Silver Spring Plan. But all of these initiatives are separate, but they are now linked through the policy framework in Thrive Montgomery 2050 and will be further linked through the recommendations of attainable housing strategies. Through this initiative, we recognize that our terminology has evolved from using the term missing middle housing in our housing studies and in Thrive to a broader umbrella term that we are calling attainable housing. To be clear, missing middle housing is a term coined by Opticos Design to describe a range of house scale multi-unit structures that are compatible in scale with a detached single-family home. Attainable housing is a term we're using to include that house scale missing middle, but also medium scale and large scale types of housing products that are not necessarily house scale and are housing products that we envision for our corridors, not in the interior of single-family neighborhoods. In short, the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative is a study in which the Planning Department was asked by the County Council to evaluate previous proposals and drafted recommendations to allow more diverse types of housing in more parts of the county. After we received the Council's request, the Planning Department responded by creating the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. An important point to take from this is that this initiative is a concerted effort to slow things down. The council was prepared to consider ZTA 2007, but decided to give us some time to consider other ideas and to engage the community some more. And that's what we've been doing, and that's why we're here today. You'll recall that our approach to attainable housing has been focused on three scales: small, medium, and large. With these three distinct types of attainable housing comes three distinct sets of recommendations, each with their own geographic focus. For the small scale, we are focused on allowing house scale multi-unit structures within our single-family neighborhoods. For medium scale, the geographic scope includes most of our growth corridors and centers of activity. However, for these, the tools we recommend is a new optional method of development. For the large-scale housing, our recommendation centers on future master plan efforts that are focused on small corridor areas. You'll notice as the scale increases, the geographic focus becomes more refined. We go from the entirety of our single-family neighborhoods to small corridor master plans. In contrast, the process that each of these recommended tools entails becomes increasingly more elaborate as the scale increases. Each of our primary recommendations is intended to achieve the principal purpose of this initiative: to increase the diversity of housing options in more parts of the county. But they do serve slightly different functions. As we indicated in our staff report, there have been three goals that we have for this initiative. One is to work towards meeting the county's housing supply obligation and needs. We need to be producing over 4,000 new units a year to meet our housing goals for 2030. We're struggling to get even half of that right now. There are many ways to encourage the production that we need. Attainable housing strategies is not the only solution. But the medium and large scale recommendations, which Ben Berbert will discuss in more detail later, are intended to be a larger part of the solution. Through the new optional method we are proposing, we have a solution that can be implemented on day one. Our recommendation for corridor-focused master plans entails a longer-term impact. But we want to be clear, as we've shown in this graphic, we do not believe that our recommendations pertaining to the small-scale attainable housing within our existing single-family neighborhoods will make a significant dent in our housing supply needs. We are not expecting rapid neighborhood transformation. We view it similar to our recent changes to the ADU law. It's one additional tool that allows incremental changes and increases our ability to provide more housing choices. Todd will talk about this more in the next slide.
I'm Todd King, the department's real estate specialist. Let's talk about that last point a bit more. We as a department have consistently and clearly stated that it is difficult to redevelop existing single-family homes, and that we know that small-scale attainable housing is just one of a number of approaches needed to address Montgomery County's housing crisis. We've consistently acknowledged and presented our own analysis that small-scale attainable housing will have a modest but positive impact on housing here in Montgomery County and will not solve the crisis on its own. Based on our review of the number of homes the private market has redeveloped, of single-family homes private market has redeveloped with new for-sale houses in the last 10 years, and this is the only development currently being built in existing established single-family neighborhoods, our most ambitious estimates suggest we could see up to 250 existing single-family homes across the entire county converted to a duplex, triplex, or quadplex in the next 10 years. That would be if an unheard of 30% of the replacement home market shifted to multi-unit structures. Again, a level we consider to be extremely ambitious given the inherently greater difficulty of building and marketing a multifamily structure. This analysis is, of course, provided in greater detail in the staff report accompanying the presentation. So the graphic here presents a hypothetical neighborhood with 100 single-family homes. And let's generously assume that 10% of these homes will be replaced in the next 10 years. As we've seen from our analysis detailed in the staff report, if there is no change to our zoning, these will become much larger and more expensive homes. Under our current proposal, let's assume that 30% of the replacement home market is instead converted to duplexes. In this example, that would be 3 properties shown in red over 10 years in a neighborhood with 100 single-family homes. So 97 single-family homes, 6 duplexes. As you can see, we don't expect that allowing duplexes, triplexes, or quadplexes by right will by itself meet a significant portion of our regional housing goals. But for the same reasons, our recommendation will also not result in our neighborhoods being overrun by duplexes, triplexes, or quadplexes, nor will drastic change come to the look and feel of our neighborhood. There will not be much impact to our infrastructure, and it won't be much of an unmanageable burden. So let's shift now to looking at a very real-life example. The map on the screen here shows a portion of the Kensington neighborhood that has had a notable number of replacement homes in the last 10 years. It's in fact one of the greatest concentrations of replacement homes in sort of a few block area in the entire county. In the last decade, families looking for new, large homes that were priced out of the increasingly expensive replacement home market in Bethesda and Chevy Chase increasingly chose Kensington next door. As the market statistics on the right show, builders were more than happy to acquire and rebuild properties here to accommodate them. The values adjacent to each replacement home point shown on the map show the value of the property that the builder acquired in parentheses, and the value at which they sold the resulting replacement home. So the map showcases that it is the more attainable, less expensive properties that are being targeted by builders and being converted and turned into the most expensive property. So there are about 1,500 single-family properties in this TAS. So the replacement home industry replaced 3% of all homes in the last 10 years, and so that's much less than our hypothetical scenario on the prior slide. The map itself, what you see, which is just a portion of this neighborhood, shows approximately 300 single-family home properties, in which 27 were replaced. So very similar to our hypothetical scenario. Moving forward, the map here shows visually the scenarios we put forth of about, somewhere between 5% of replacement homes becoming multi-unit and 30%. At 5%, that would be one multi-unit property within the 8 to 10 blocks pictured. At 30%, it would be 6 to 8, shown using the stars there. So this uses a very real-life example from a neighborhood with a very active replacement home market to visually demonstrate how attainable housing would be pretty easily absorbed without taxing our existing infrastructure or notably changing the existing look or feel of the neighborhood. This would, of course, though, mean more families able to access a high opportunity neighborhood than are able to do so today.
For the record, Jason Serrati, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy at the Planning Department. So if the small scale recommendation won't result in much change, people are asking us, well, why do this? And so to start answering that, let's go back to this graphic. You see our smaller scale housing recommendations serve a different function captured by our last two attainable housing strategies goals, which relate directly to equity and opportunity. These are to create more opportunities for homeownership for more households in more parts of the county, and to unravel the exclusionary aspects of our single-family zones to diversify our communities by diversifying our housing stock. So why is all of this necessary? So zoning determines what can be built where, and consequently limits housing options in certain neighborhoods. What we've learned over time is that limiting housing options also limits who has access to different neighborhoods, which has led to neighborhoods that are homogeneous racially, ethnically, and economically. Of course, not all of our single-family neighborhoods are like this. We do have some that are very diverse, but the fact remains that households of color have much lower rates of homeownership than white households. And we know that it's not just zoning that has caused this. Discriminatory lending practices and restrictive covenants have also led to deep disparities in wealth and homeownership. As our single-family neighborhoods become increasingly less affordable, current zoning, combined with the historical disparities in wealth, is severely limiting who has access to our single-family neighborhoods. This is not sustainable and is leading to a modern-day Montgomery County version of a tale of two cities, with a growing gap between those who can generate and build wealth and those who cannot. Unfortunately, wealth building in our country has been linked primarily to homeownership, but making homeownership more attainable with more diverse housing options that are affordable to households of different incomes is one way that the county can work to reverse existing inequities. At the Planning Department, we recognize and acknowledge the role that our plans and policies have played in creating and perpetuating racial inequity in Montgomery County. The department has a long history of land use decisions that created exclusionary neighborhoods and formed barriers to resources and opportunities for people of color and other disadvantaged populations. When it comes to issues of equity and access to opportunity, our efforts have fallen short of the progressive and innovative standards we espouse as planners and that our county residents have come to expect. But now is the time, and this is the place for us to course correct. I mentioned a tale of two cities. I like to think of what we are dealing with here is a tale of two equities. The first is home equity, and the second is racial and economic equity. On one side, we have homeowners benefiting from the ever-increasing value of land as a result of increasingly constrained supply. In general, these tend to be white, affluent households with generational wealth, as most, though not all, have parents and grandparents who also own land. Nevertheless, existing homeowners are becoming wealthier and wealthier as their home equity increases. They benefit greatly from maintaining the status quo exclusionary policies that limit opportunities for a growing population to find appropriate housing. If you constrain supply, home prices will go up, and so does the wealth of homeowners. If you limit options, home prices will go up, and so does the wealth of homeowners. In contrast, we have more and more households who lack access to our single-family neighborhoods because they are being priced out. Now, people will say that this effort is not helpful because it doesn't create traditional affordable housing. And honestly, it concerns me when people suggest that the only way to improve racial equity is to increase our stock of affordable housing, as if we don't have households, in particular households of color, looking for entry-level market rate housing or more attainable housing options in our most expensive and exclusive neighborhoods. Our effort is focused on market rate housing that can make each impacted neighborhood attainable to more households than they are today. Yes, even an $850,000 duplex or triplex in Chevy Chase is needed to make that neighborhood attainable to more households. Now, Todd will talk more in a bit about how home prices throughout Montgomery County have outpaced inflation and the growth in income, making every single neighborhood in the county attainable to smaller and smaller shares of county residents. But I want to highlight what we are tackling here. I want to highlight that what we're tackling here is not a local phenomenon. Jurisdictions all across the country are grappling with historical inequities brought on by land use and real estate practices. In fact, just last week, the White House published a blog on exclusionary zoning. In the blog, the authors argue that exclusionary zoning, or laws that place restrictions on the types of homes that can be built in particular neighborhoods, can create segregation via indirect methods. The blog highlights that exclusionary zoning laws enact barriers to entry that constrain housing supply, which, all else equal, translate into more expensive housing and fewer homes being built. And the authors link to empirical literature that finds a relationship between restrictive land use regulations and higher housing prices. The blog also explains how exclusionary zoning laws have a profound impact on social welfare because where a family lives matters. In fact, data that cover virtually the entire US population from 1989 to 2015 have shown that neighborhoods can have significant causal effects on children's long-term outcomes, including their earnings. Now, there's an even greater economic connection here too. Some people have argued that we should not be focused on the housing crisis or entirely focused on the housing crisis, but instead should be focused on bringing more jobs to the county. We see no reason why we can't focus on both. In fact, we have a very direct connection between the two, and that was also highlighted by the White House. The blog talked about how restrictions in housing supply limit labor mobility because workers can't afford to move to higher productivity areas that have high housing prices. And we know that employers are looking to locate near where their employees live. The White House blog also emphasizes the point we've been making that exclusionary zoning contributes to the racial wealth gap. The blog explains that if families of color are excluded from higher price neighborhoods, or if neighborhoods where families of color live are zoned into being less valuable, the homes purchased by families of color will not be worth as much over time as those of white families. In the long run, this diminishes wealth not only for the generation purchasing the home, but for descendants who receive a lesser inheritance. That is, historically, what we've been seeing and what has brought us to where we are today. Finally, I would note that the American Jobs Plan, the infrastructure plan proposed by the Biden administration, takes important steps to eliminate exclusionary zoning. Specifically, the Unlocking Possibilities program within the plan is a $5 billion competitive grant program that incentivizes reform of exclusionary zoning. The program awards funding to jurisdictions that take concrete steps to eliminate needless barriers to expanding housing choices. So you can see that this is a priority at all levels of government right now. Now is the time for Montgomery County to once again demonstrate bold, progressive land use leadership. The Planning Board draft of Thrive establishes the vision, and our Attainable Housing Strategies recommendations start to put it into action. And here's one more thing I'd like to highlight for the board. You'll likely hear from people today about how our proposals will change the character of our existing single-family neighborhoods. Hopefully, they'll explain exactly what they mean by this. But this photoshopped image shows you exactly what we are proposing in our small-scale attainable housing recommendations. On the left, you have a single-family replacement home that is currently allowed by right in 37% of the county. On the right, we show the same exact how the same exact structure could be a duplex. But this is not currently permitted by right in almost all of the county. What we are talking about is having more options for more diversity and generally the same character.
Thank you, Jason. Let's talk about some data points that speak to the need for more types of housing. In 2020, the average detached home in Montgomery County sold for $775,000 compared to $370,000 for attached structures like townhomes and row homes. The graph on the screen shows various housing sale price ranges for houses sold in 2020. From this graph, you can tell that most attached structures sold for under $400,000 per unit, whereas most detached structures sold for $600,000. We show this to highlight the differences between the various structure types and the potential impact that size and type has on building. This has only gotten more extreme. We checked MRIS recently, and for 2021, year to date, the average sold price for detached homes, single-family homes in Montgomery County increased to over $870,000, so up almost $100,000 in just a year. During that same period, the sale price for detached structures increased by a far more modest $370,000 to $385,000. High housing prices is not a one-year phenomena or even something specific to one neighborhood. The fact is that our neighborhoods all across the county are not as affordable as they were 25 years ago and are becoming less attainable and more exclusive, as we'll show in this series of maps. The map here shows by zip code where a family earning the median income could afford the typically valued market rate home if prices had increased from 1996 to 2019 at just the rate of inflation. Of course, as you well know, home prices did not increase at the rate of inflation. They increased far, far faster. And there are, of course, a number of assumptions and data sources that are embedded in this calculation, and those are detailed in the staff report. The second map shows the actual affordability of the typically valued house in each zip code in 2019 as compared to that median income. So in large areas of the county, the typical market rate home is only affordable to households earning more than 125% of the county median income. And fewer neighborhoods are affordable to households earning median income. This is not about adding more affordable housing. Much of our community is not affordable to households that earn well above the income limits that qualify people for dedicated income restricted affordable housing. In fact, in every single one of our zip codes, the value of housing from 1996 to 2019 increased at rates that exceed the increase in county median income over that same period, which is what this map shows. This means that in every neighborhood, home ownership is attainable to a smaller and smaller share of county residents. And in several of our inner suburbs, home values have grown at 2.5 times the pace of the increase in median income. So these maps show that the insufficient pace of housing construction over the last 20 years, leading to a massive transfer of wealth from those families seeking to buy a home today to the households that were more fortunate to have had the opportunity and resources to purchase in these neighborhoods when they were dramatically more attainable. Continuing to limit the supply of housing in these neighborhoods will continue to financially benefit those of us that are fortunate enough to already own a home here, like myself, a homeowner in the 20912 zip code. This is really an egregious failure on our part as policymakers. Our neighborhoods have become less attainable and more exclusive, which is what this slide shows in numbers, detailing for several zip codes what we were showing on the prior map. So had home values risen at the pace of inflation from 1996 to 2019, North Bethesda and Silver Spring would be well affordable to households earning the median income, while Bethesda would be a stretch, but not necessarily so unreasonable. Instead, home values increased rapidly while median income simply kept pace with inflation. So now typical home values in North Bethesda and Silver Spring are really a stretch for a family earning the median income, and Bethesda is just flatly out of reach. It should be noted, of course, that Montgomery County's median income is exceedingly high compared to much of the rest of the county. So this truly is a crisis in terms of housing. The chart here shows how rapidly attainability decreases as housing values increase. And to walk us through it, In blue, plotted on the left or y-axis, is the percent of households in Montgomery County that earn at least the income level shown along the bottom x-axis. So almost 100% of households earn at least $10,000 annually, while just little more than 20% of households in the county earn more than $200,000 annually. The orange line plotted on the right axis shows the maximum home value affordable at each income level along the bottom. So the median income at just about $110,000 could afford a home valued right around $600,000. And again, based on the assumptions that we've been making throughout this analysis, detailed in the staff report. The typical home value in the 20817 zip code in Bethesda in 2019 at just over $1 million is really only affordable to around 23% of households in the county, assuming that those households have no debt. If prices had increased from 1996 to 2019 at the pace of inflation, those homes would have been valued at around $665,000, and 44% of households would have been able to afford that property. Silver Spring, this is even more extreme. Had home prices in the 20910 zip code increased at inflation since 1996, they would have been affordable to approximately 75% of Montgomery County households, those households that earn more than $67,000. Instead, not quite 50% of households can afford the $630,000 typically valued home. So in 2019, the average value property bought by a builder of replacement homes was for $660,000. So affordable to households earning more than $120,000 a year. And that's a slight stretch above median income and shown by the dashed black line there. Of course, this industry concentrated in Bethesda, Chevy Chase, and Kensington, so it was actually acquiring the few properties in those areas that remained remotely attainable to households at or near our median income. And the replacement homes that industry sold in 2019 averaged $1.7 million. So a level, affordable only to households earning more than $315,000 a year, and so much more expensive and unaffordable as to be impossible to actually show it.
Okay, so thank you, Todd. Now we're going to jump into going over our preliminary staff recommendations on attainable housing strategies. And now keep in mind the goals that we had discussed earlier. Here is, with those in mind, here are our initial recommendations. The first thing to know is that all of the recommendations are targeted to the corridor-focused growth area from the Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth map. I'll show that in a second. The next recommendation is that in the R40, R60, R90, and R200 zones, allow house-scale duplexes and triplexes by right, and allow quadplexes by right in areas closer to transit. In all cases, require conformance with a planning board approved pattern book, which would give guidance on massing, scale, and design to ensure these housing types blend in among single-family homes. The next recommendation is to create a new optional method of development to encourage consolidation and development of duplexes, cottage courts, townhouses, and small multiplexes and apartments near transit, along our Thrive corridors, and near the county's centers of activity. And one of the details to that is, as you'll see as we go further into this, is that we're not talking about everywhere in those growth corridors, but rather properties that front major roadways. And then lastly, we support more corridor-focused master plans to evaluate options for even higher density along some of our growth corridors. We also have recommendations pertaining to parking standards and a new type of minor subdivision that Ben will discuss, and he'll discuss each of these recommendations in more detail in just a bit. But first, I want to highlight the growth map. When crafting our recommendations, we took a lot of inspiration from the draft recommendations in Thrive Montgomery 2050, especially this growth map that you see on the screen. As you know, the Planning Board drafted Thrive Montgomery 2050 proposes a recommitment to concentrating growth in downtowns, town centers, rural villages, and develop centers of activity along major transportation corridors to maximize the efficient use of land and create complete communities. The draft plan includes this diagram, which identifies areas for 3 different growth concepts: the corridor focused growth area shown in the lightest blue, the limited growth areas shown in the medium blue, and the rural areas and agricultural reserves shown in the darkest blue. It's in the corridor focused growth area that the board envisioned concentrated future growth through compact infill development and redevelopment, and that is where planning staff has focused our attainable housing strategies recommendations as well. The growth corridors shown in the diagram include several transportation corridors with existing or planned bus rapid transit. These include Georgia Avenue, Maryland 355, New Hampshire Avenue, Old Georgetown Road, Randolph Road, University Boulevard, US 29, and Veers Mill Road. In addition to those BRT corridors, Thrive Montgomery 2050 also includes two major highways as growth corridors, and that's Connecticut Avenue and River Road. So with this initial context set, let's discuss our recommendations in more detail.
Great, thank you, Jason. Just for the record, Ben Berbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy team as the zoning and policy expert. Want to run through a couple of definitions of terms that you're going to hear a lot as we present our recommendations today. The first one I want to go over is what we're calling the priority housing district. This is a district we've defined and is seen in the kind of hatched area on the map here as areas that are within a mile of our Metro Rail or light rail stations, a half a mile of our existing MARC stations, or within a 500-foot buffer of the actual growth corridors that were identified in the map that Jason was describing before. This will come up in a few instances when we talk about where there's some additional options for additional unit types or for some changes in parking that would occur within these areas. Another thing that we've talked about already and we'll continue to talk about is the idea of having a pattern book. The pattern book, as we're envisioning, it will be a document that will have a number of pre-approved designs that will look at different design types for our small-scale housing options. As Jason alluded to earlier, we're going to be looking at things like the building massing, the placement of the building on the lot, the height of the building, the door placement, the parking location, certain features like front porches, side porches, and also looking at things like architectural style, not in detailing that it has to be a certain particular style, but that the entire building maintains the same style. I think one of the things, if you want to think about it now, that a stick of townhouses often have very unique facades on each front of a townhouse. Well, we're looking to have maybe a 3-unit building that might otherwise have been a townhouse look like one large single-family house. So you don't have the very noticeable break between units. So you have a similar roof line. Those kind of details might show up in this pattern book. We're going to probably be wanting to lay these out so that you look at a range of lot sizes and shapes. We're not going to be able to cover every single lot size or shape. We're aware there's a lot of lots, particularly in the R60 zone, that are actually smaller than 6,000 square feet. And so we will have options that look at what to do with substandard lot sizes that are even below the 6,000 square foot minimum today, as well as looking at larger lot sizes that are more common in your R90 and R200 zones. We'll also have lots looking at ideas such as corner lots, mid-block lots, through lots, lots that are on curves. All of these things are things that can show up in the pattern book as try to make sure we have a good number of examples that are available. Again, our recommendations for this by right development, particularly the duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes, would only be by right if they followed the elements that would be laid out in this pattern book. Another thing that we're going to talk about in our recommendations today is a new optional method of development. As the board is probably aware, but for the benefit of the community, optional methods of development allow for greater flexibility in your project design, usually in exchange for some sort of defined public benefit, as well as going through a design review process through site plan and a planning board hearing. The two optional methods of development that are in our code currently is the MPDU optional method of development and cluster. In the MPDU optional method of development, there's an increased allotment for density and an increase in the types of units that can be built, including duplexes and townhouses now, in this case, exchanged for providing more than the minimum MPDUs in a development. With the cluster optional method of development, similarly, you can have more unit types on smaller lots, but in this instance, the clustering is to give more open space and environmental protection. What we're proposing here is that there'd be a new optional method of development that we're today calling the attainable housing option. This would be only applicable to properties that are within that priority housing district we talked about before. Remember, near Metro, light rail, MARC, and right along the corridors. But this has to be a property that has direct frontage along the corridor. Or it needs to be adjacent to certain Thrive identified activity centers. This helps to create a bit of a transition between our activity centers that typically have our mixed use and employment zoning, or our major transportation corridors, and the actual single family detached neighborhoods that we have, further inside off of those corridors. In this instance, what we would be doing is proposing an increase in density and the same sort of flexible design standards that you can find now in the MPDU optional method of development, again, in exchange for a full site plan review with the planning board. And what the ask would be is that there would be smaller unit sizes. We would be measuring attainability through limiting unit size and providing density bonuses based on how small the units are actually limited to, similar to how density bonuses are awarded for MPDU method now for providing more MPDUs. Going back to the 3 scales of attainable housing that were discussed earlier in the presentation, the small scale, the medium scale, and the large scale. Just to reiterate, the small scale, we are talking about those duplexes, triplexes, and in some places quadplexes that would be allowed in there's certain residential neighborhoods, namely the R200, R90, R60, and R40 that are within the Thrive identified growth area. The medium scale development, again, we're looking here at things like stacked flats, could be small apartment buildings, townhouses, may also include triplexes and quadplexes that would have a height limit of around 3 stories in height. The image on the screen is actually showing a 2.5 story height on some townhouses, which is really the target that I think we're looking for with medium scale. The larger scale of housing that we're talking about, this is where you start getting into stacked flats that are getting 3-4 stories in height. You start having live work units. Again, continuing with small apartment buildings, and may include some townhouses that might, exceed the 3 stories high, could be as tall as 4 stories. Thinking about where we would be allowing these different unit types, again, all of this applies only within the Thrive corridor focused growth area. That small scale development, as I said before, the R40, R60, R90, and R200 zones, by right, with conformance to the pattern book for duplexes and triplexes. Quadplexes would be allowed by right with conformance to a pattern book only within that priority housing district. So again, the areas closest to Metro, light rail, and our identified growth corridors. The medium scale housing, which starts adding the idea of having townhouses and small apartments, again, focused immediately along our growth corridors with frontage on the actual corridor or adjacent to our larger centers of activity through a regulatory review process. The large scale, we would envision would also be along portions of our corridors, probably not along all of the lengths of the corridors, and would actually be occurring more within our centers of activity rather than necessarily adjacent to them. Looking at how we can ensure that these developments remain compatible, as we've said before, the small scale development would need to have a pattern book, and it would need to find conformance with that pattern book before being able to receive building permit. Another thing that we are proposing is that there's a limit on the amount of land that can be consolidated at any given time by any particular applicant when doing small scale development. The most likely outcome is that you would have one lot converting from one single family detached house to one duplex, triplex, or quadplex, depending on location. But there could be an opportunity that we're looking at limiting where you could have up to 2 adjacent lots next to each other that might come in at the same time and want to reconsolidate their property boundaries for development, again, of a duplex, triplex, or quadplex. The medium scale housing would be found compatible both by the development standards that are going to be done as part of the optional method of development, as well as the site plan review process, which will be required for any approval of a medium scale housing type, which as part of site plan review is a public hearing that allows for community feedback. The large scale developments would be found compatible because not only would the developments that are going to occur here also trigger site plan, which would have the same opportunity for community feedback, but we're also looking at implementing this through master plans. And that entire master plan process would have lots of community feedback from the very beginning of the process all the way through implementation with the county council. Looking at some of the standards that we're considering for our attainable housing types, with the small scale attainable housing, to be very clear, we're not proposing changes to setbacks, to adjoining lots, to allow building heights, to allow lot coverage, or to any other metric that would limit the placement of a building on a lot. The whole intent of the small scale is so that it's what we're considering house scale. You know, the image that we keep showing on the screen here is a 3-unit house that looks like it could be a 1-unit Cape Cod that could be found in any residential neighborhood in the county. The example Jason showed earlier of the single family house that we very easily turned into a duplex. Again, that house was built by right in the existing zoning standards, so we don't see that there's actually a need to increase or change any of those standards. The one change that is being considered for these new attainable housing types is to consider some reduced parking minimums, particularly closer to our transit facilities and in that priority housing district. The medium scale, again, we're looking at implementing this through the attainable housing optional method of development. The optional method of development will be identifying appropriate development standards for these medium scale structures. And we're basing this largely on the existing MPDU optional method of development standards that we have in our code today. The large scale development standards will most likely be reviewed again through the site plan process and would be following the requirements of our current commercial residential zones, because this is the most likely zone that we would be recommending through a master plan process. It's possible that a master plan may actually recommend a new type of zone to implement our large-scale attainable housing. And if that's the case, then that would have to create that zone through that master plan process, and the appropriate development standards would be decided on at that time, still requiring site plan review and public feedback through the ultimate approval of the project. And thinking about how we would actually implement this attainable housing, again, probably the best way of attaining the small scale attainable housing would be through a zoning text amendment that would be making changes to the code to permit in the R40, R60, and R90 and R200 zones the duplex and triplex by right, and in certain circumstances, the quadplex, with requiring the conformance to that pattern book. The medium scale housing would be implemented also through a likely zoning text amendment that would establish the new attainable housing optional method that we're discussing today, and would place limits on where that attainable housing optional method can be used, again, to properties that have direct frontage on one of our growth corridors or direct frontage to one of our activity centers. The large-scale attainable housing, again, would be implemented through a master plan process that would identify properties that are appropriate for rezoning into a higher zone that could accommodate this large-scale development process. Part of what we looked at when identifying some of these recommendations, and that really helped kind of cement to us as staff this idea that we really don't need to change the development standards in our residential zones to accommodate different types of housing. We played around with a few different kind of what we're calling massing models. And so what you're looking at on the screen here, and again, these are standard size and shaped lots, but this meets the sort of standard of an R60 lot, 100 feet deep and 60 feet wide. How you can pretty easily fit a duplex, a triplex, or a quadplex. Looking at the duplex option, we've chosen here to show this as sort of 2 units that are side by side, 2-story tall building with a pitched roof. We've shown the parking in the back of the building with one space per unit being accommodated back there. And this more than meets all of the necessary setbacks and coverage and limits of the zone. Another option a duplex could take might be to stack the 2 units on top of each other in a very similar sized box. Looking next over at the triplex, in this arrangement, as you can see by the colors here, we've decided to give the ground floor one whole unit, and then we've gone up into the second floor and then used the vaulted attic space of a 3rd floor, kind of creating a Cape Cod designed house to show how you could have 3 units here. And the actual unit size on those upper 2 units is almost the same size as the unit on the ground floor because of that usable attic space. Again, not exceeding the height limit of the zone. And we were able to provide parking for 3 vehicles in the back of the house here. Looking at the quadplex option, this is sort of you're looking at smaller unit sizes, trying to make this actually fit in this instance. We're showing basically 2 units on the ground floor, 2 units on the upper floor. There's no reason that those upper floor units couldn't actually be larger and have the exact same massing as a triplex here. This was sort of done deliberately to just show all the various types of massing that could occur. And again, here we've shown the ability to easily park at least 3 vehicles on site and possibly more, still meeting all of the coverage and setback requirements that are in the R60 zone today. We talked a lot about sort of the necessary zoning and data table changes that would need to occur to implement this, but there are some other changes that we are proposing as part of this. One of them is just to take the idea of the sort of triplex and quadplex, which are new to our code. They need to be defined. So we will be adding definitions and examples of them within the zoning ordinance itself. And then we'll be going through and the existing MPDU optional method and cluster method developments that we have in our residential zones today that already allow duplexes, townhouses, we will be adding the ability to provide the triplex and quadplex units as well, just so that we can have a greater variety of options, even if developers choose to use the existing optional methods of development. There's also going to be minor modifications to the definitions of townhouses and apartments to clarify how they are not the same thing as a triplex or quadplex type building. Next slide. Other things that we're looking at include changes to the parking recommendations. Right now, the code for residential units that are in a single family house, a duplex or a townhouse, usually starts at 2 spaces per unit. We are looking at setting the new baseline for our attainable housing types at 1 space per unit. We feel pretty confident in making this recommendation that both today, there's already tends to be less cars that come with these attainable housing types of units that we have in the county now, your townhouses and your duplexes. And we're planning for the future, and that we're hoping that the future has fewer and fewer cars, and reiterating that most all of these housing options are focused in our corridor focused growth area, where we're trying to encourage through Thrive 2050 things like more walkability, complete communities, and the idea of like a 15-minute living. We're also proposing an additional point factor of 0.5 for parking within the priority housing district, encouraging access to existing and planned transit opportunities. I do want to be very clear, these parking standards are minimums, they are not setting maximums. And so if a property owner or developer feels they need more than 1 space per unit to make the unit sellable, that is what they will sell. If for example, I'm in a 1-car household, it'd be great to just have a unit with 1 space. If somebody else is in a 3-car household, they're not likely to buy a unit that only comes with 1 space in it. And that's something we feel very confident in. Next slide, please. Final set of code changes that we're considering as part of this initiative would be some minor modifications to Chapter 50, which is our subdivision code. There are a few things in there. The main thing that we would need to change to make this actually a useful attainable housing option is to create a new minor subdivision. We have minor subdivisions in the code now. They usually are done for very small changes to lot lines. We have minor subdivisions for creating ownership out of large commercial properties. And so we're looking at adding a new minor subdivision that would apply in the R40, 60, 90, or 200 zones if it's being used to accommodate our small scale housing, so our duplex, triplex, or quadplex. And it's taking an existing recorded lot and doing the subdivision to that. And so in this instance, we already have the lot, we already know where its boundaries are. We presumably already have all the road dedications and all of the easements that exist already recorded on a plat. And so there's less need to do a thorough planning board review of this. This would allow a new plat to be submitted to potentially subdivide for a duplex or potentially a triplex if the potential applicant wants to include underlying land ownership with the unit, and would be able to re-record that plat without going through the full review process. Just to be clear, anything that is kind of larger scale than 1 lot converting into something for 1 new building that is a duplex, triplex, or quadplex would still require a subdivision consistent with our code, and that includes anything that is coming in through the attainable housing optional method of development.
Thank you, Ben. For the record, this is Zubin Adrinwala, Planner Coordinator with Mid-County Planning. So we have heard from the residents who are concerned about the impact to existing neighborhoods with regards to stormwater, parking, schools, parks, and infrastructure and emergency response in general. Our analysis indicates that the amount of attainable housing built will be limited and it'll happen over time. So the resultant impact will be limited. In addition, we currently have mechanisms to mitigate the impact of new development through infrastructure impact fees for schools and transportation. And we are looking at recommending that the 2024 update to the growth and infrastructure policy focus on water and sewer. While the resulting production of housing from these recommendations will be limited, it will be very valuable. As the analysis you have seen earlier, existing homes that are most attainable are often ripe for replacement, and there is an active industry replacing them. Under the current zoning, the only option to replace them is to replace them with large single-family homes. And these large single-family homes are very expensive and not very attainable. This is causing our neighborhoods to become less attainable. Even one attainable unit is a step in the positive direction and is needed as part of our larger strategy to address the housing crisis here. The development will be incremental, so efforts we start today will be built over time. Lastly, this is the right thing to do from a perspective of equity, as Jason so eloquently pointed out earlier, and enabling more people to access high opportunity neighborhoods is something we should do as a matter of policy. Next slide, please. We are also aware that changes to policy without programs that promote said policies have a limited impact. We therefore recommend further exploration of ways to encourage production of attainable housing and support neighborhoods that see greater production of attainable housing. Potential examples include programs that will empower existing homeowners to convert their properties to multiplex housing. Additionally, programs that track attainable housing production and respond to neighborhood growth with necessary resources will also be needed. Next slide, please.
The Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative planned its major milestones and activities around gathering feedback from the community and other stakeholders, with the goal of reaching as many members of the community as possible. An important part of guiding public education on the topic, building awareness, and garnering support involved developing community engagement tools. Staff used several tools with the aim of reaching the largest audience possible, with special attention paid to coordinating with other initiatives like the Silver Spring Plan to remove redundancy and to create coordinated, comprehensive messaging about attainable housing. As detailed in our staff report, we worked with our communication department to develop a multifaceted communications and outreach strategy that included a project website that was updated continuously, a work group that helped us look at the issue from different lenses, 3 public meetings, 3 office hour sessions offered at different times, infographics in both English and Spanish, an e-letter that was sent out several times during the project duration to update the community, and 2 social media campaigns aimed at understanding the human element of the housing crisis. While many people have expressed support for the initiative and recommendations, included in this slide are several key themes that have emerged from the community engagement sessions that highlight the community's concerns related to the project. Many of these concerns require future collaborative efforts with other agencies and development partners to address in future action. In our staff report, we also include suggested planning responses for several of these. These themes include concerns about demands on infrastructure, including schools, water and sewer, and stormwater, compatibility concerns over multi-unit structures in existing single-family detached neighborhoods, architectural covenants that have restrictions that limit the type of structures that can be built on a property, the differing geographic context of the housing market in the county and the county-wide nature of this initiative. There were also concerns about parking and increased traffic, as well as environmental impacts of tree loss and increased impervious surface. Staff has also heard concerns, especially in response to the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Market Study, that these units are not going to actually be attainable. While a lot of these concerns voiced were focused on mitigating impact of the recommendations, many did voice concern that the recommendations are not bold enough, especially given the exclusionary aspects of single-family zoning. We also heard concerns about tackling this effort during the pandemic and the tight timeline. And relatedly, many felt this initiative should be taken up after Thrive Montgomery 2050 is adopted. We also heard from many residents of the Saks neighborhood in Bethesda that they would like to be able to take advantage of the new attainable housing optional method in their neighborhood. And finally, as noted in their letter from ZTA 2007, the Naval Support Activity Bethesda considers increased residential density near their installation fence line an encroachment issue that can impact their ability to meet mission requirements. Next slide. I want to close out by noticing that we've heard from a lot of people on the topic of missing middle and attainable housing through both our outreach and public hearings on Thrive Montgomery 2050 and now attainable housing strategies. And we recognize that there are a lot of concerns about this initiative that were just mentioned, and the board will hear a lot of those echoed today when we get to the public comment period. But we also want to highlight what a difference this initiative can make on the lives of many. Through our My Micro Home campaign, we were able to highlight the challenges and successes many face with trying to obtain housing. As one submission noted, having these smaller housing opportunities allowed us to participate in home ownership opportunities we wouldn't have if large single-family homes were the only option. Over the past 3 months, planning staff has spent a lot of time trying to craft a proposal that builds on the great work we did in Thrive Montgomery 2050. We are trying to create more housing opportunities and more types of housing that allows more people to participate in the housing market to find housing that is suitable for their needs. And we think for all the reasons that we laid out today that we're ripe for this change. Staff believes that this is an important endeavor that we need to tackle now to meet the county's housing and equity goals. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and I will turn it over to you, Chair Anderson.
Thank you very much for that. That was really a lot of impressive work has gone into this, obviously. I think I speak for all of us when I say that was really remarkably good presentation of these issues. Does anybody want to say anything before we get into the public comment? Okay, then we will turn to our public commenters. And first up, I believe we have Catherine Lucas McKay.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. I support the attainable housing strategies Montgomery County Planning is putting forward and would like to see them get a little bit bolder. This is a good approach to solving the problems that currently prevent the private market part of our local housing ecosystem from building the types of modest homes that are affordable to people who are neither low income nor securely middle class. I'm a resident of North Woodside near downtown Silver Spring. Professionally, I'm a researcher focused on housing insecurity. Normally, when I provide comments, you hear more from Catherine Lucas McKay, the policy expert. Today, you'll hear more from just Catherine, your neighbor. First, though, many opponents of the strategies we're talking about will raise the specious argument that new townhomes are more expensive than the older detached homes that they own. Yes, new missing middle homes are more expensive than similarly sized detached homes from the 1960s. That's how aging works, and it's not a reason to oppose building new missing middle housing. Take it from a recent home buyer. New townhomes are at least $200,000 less than similar new detached homes. The difference for older homes is about $100,000. Now a personal story. My wife and I moved to Silver Spring in 2013 because we needed cheaper rent. We fell in love, but that was not why we moved here. I have 2 expensive disabilities that prevent me from driving, so I need transit and we don't have a ton of cash on hand. Yes, we are both white people with graduate degrees and nonprofit careers, but she was first-gen college and I grew up in poverty. Between our family's modest backgrounds, our own student loans, the financial costs of being disabled and being queer, financial security is a dream that we are chasing possibly in vain. And all of that is to say that while we do have some very real advantages, when the public conversation around Thrive 2050 and attainable housing strategies refers to equity residents, that's us. When people oppose by right duplexes and triplexes in the county's urbanizing areas, they are saying that we do not deserve the opportunity to live here. But Samantha and I do belong here. We love this community. We are invested in it for the long term, and we want to have a kid and raise them right here. So we prioritized paying a lot for housing and being able to stay. I built a spreadsheet and determined that there was a much better chance for us to get out of net debt with less risk by buying a home than by investing in stocks. So we set a budget. We managed to save a 5% down payment on the maximum. And that's the minimum you need to get a mainstream mortgage. The first house that we bid on was a 1,500 square foot cottage in East Silver Spring. It sold for $60,000 above list price. It took 13 months and almost that many bids to get a house. One owner left a letter for potential buyers assuring them that the renters across the street were good family-oriented people. We bid highest on one home, but our down payment was considered too risky because it was so low, so they accepted a lower offer. Eventually, we did get lucky. Today, we live in one of the first townhome communities built near downtown Silver Spring after the end of redlining. Few of my neighbors would have been welcomed in North Woodside before then. And as an aside, our little community of 20 townhomes is just inside the southwest corner of the North Woodside neighborhood boundaries, but we are not welcome to join the Civic Association and are not considered real residents of the neighborhood. The newer single-family infill development next to us is, though. That stigma is real, and this county's attached homeowners need to get over it. They should not have the right to determine who gets to live in their neighborhoods, but that is the effect of opposing by-right development of missing middle housing, particularly in the areas we're actually talking about today. The sign behind me says this county is for everyone. We all belong here, but we could be displaced unless the county allows construction of more missing middle in our urbanizing areas. Even worse, those with fewer resources will never have a chance to be our neighbors. I want a different future, and that's why I support the attainable housing strategies under consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Meredith Wellington.
Thank you very much. I'm Meredith Wellington, speaking on behalf of the county executive. The county executive's comments are limited to this report's potential impact on the county's consideration of the general plan, Thrive Montgomery. The county executive's June 10th letter already addresses many of the matters that are brought up in the report, and we'll just take notice of that letter. I think you all do have copies. The letter cited inherent problems with the attainable housing strategies in terms of its process and the executive's substantive concerns about the planning board draft of Thrive Montgomery. The Attainable Housing Strategies report exacerbates the current confusion about the parallel track review of Thrive Montgomery and AHS. AHS was launched in March, as has already been explained by the staff, based on a letter from the county council. But the county council also asked that there be a ZTA transmitted and that the planning board and the planning department consider Councilmember Jowando's ZTA and also the proposed ZTA by Councilmember Reamer. Now, though, according to planning, a ZTA is not necessary in order to comply with the council's request, nor is a review of Councilmember Reamer's proposed ZTA. Instead, apparently, the council's agreed to a more comprehensive approach through a Thrive lens. The report states in bold, attainable housing strategies represents the county's first opportunity to implement elements of Thrive Montgomery 25. No wonder our communities and even our decision makers are confused. How do those two things even go together? The county executive does not support a report which, like the ZTA, is being done before Thrive Montgomery has even been considered by the county council. There are many problems with this report, but the greatest concern is that it will be used to preempt the normal ZTA process under section 7.24.c, with the claim that the issues raised in a future ZTA have already been resolved through the approval of the report's recommendations on zoning changes, even though the report lacks fundamental information essential to evaluating new zones, as of course it would because it's not a ZTA. How does the Attainable Housing Strategies initiative fit with Thrive Montgomery? The public is entitled to a clear explanation of the purpose of the report and how it fits with the requirements of Section 7.2.4C. The public needs clarity on next steps and the timelines for first completing Thrive Montgomery and then implementing it. There was a lot of explanation at the beginning of what this report isn't, and this isn't a public hearing, but what exactly is it? I've already said in testimony before the county council that the most important thing that can be included in both this report and in any future zoning text amendment is the requirement that any of these zoning changes must be recommended in an approved and adopted master plan, something which is not yet included. Now, on the pattern books, there's only one comment, and that is that in the report, you're saying that it's only guidance, that the pattern books are not required, they're just guidance. Well, guidance really isn't enough. That means it's just a suggestion. Tear downs, there's so much discussion of this replacement of homes and how important addressing replacement of homes is. Well, that's the other side of the coin of addressing tear downs, and the county executive asked in his June 10th letter, and has spoken about this before, that it's very important to address tear downs because the new single family homes are often the least expensive homes that are torn down. Finally, definitions, even though there's so much more we could discuss. Attainable, there's a definition now given of attainable, but that's not the same definition we started with, which originally was that attainable is simply market rate housing. Attainable and missing middle housing need to be defined in terms of development standards, which you did make some progress on that in the presentation. Finally, and most importantly, there needs to be a definition of exclusionary within the context of the Montgomery County zoning code. As the report makes clear, the county's residential zones are not exclusively single family. R40 allows duplexes by right, and all zones allow duplexes and townhouses as part of an optional method MPDU development or an optional method cluster development, both of which were mentioned in the presentation. And I find it interesting that with such concern about discrimination that the staff is going to use the very same zones as models, zones that we already have, which by definition means that our single family zones are not only single family. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Barney Rush is next. There he is.
Thank you very much, Chairman Anderson and members of the Planning Board. I am Barney Rush, Mayor of the town of Chevy Chase, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Our town council and residents have been deeply engaged in this issue for many months. We've had many town forum meetings, we've had outside speakers, we've had a very active contribution on our listserv. This is an issue we take very seriously. We know one thing for sure, there's a broad range of views in our town. There are those who do not want any change in our existing zoning and believe that we and the communities around us have already supported a large amount of additional housing now being built as permitted in accordance with the Bethesda downtown plan. There are others who support the full array of house scale options that have been proposed by the planning department, believing that all such development will offer opportunities for families of a broader income range to move to our community. And there are many residents who have views that are in between, who would support some additional density, but not the full array of options set out by the planning department. I'm therefore not in a position today to state the final position of the town. That's something we still have to work on and talk further with our residents, but we expect we will be in a position to make such testimony to the county council whenever it takes up this matter. But we do have some initial views. First, the different housing forms are matters of degree, but the degree really matters. We must find the right balance that the communities accept as compatible development. And the greater and broader the array of options that could enter into our community, including what could be undertaken pursuant to a new optional method that would affect our town, the greater the level of concern among a rising level of residents. Second, the sector and master plan should be the means of determining these prospective zoning changes, not a one-size-fits-all ZTA. Such a local approach will provide greater scope for engagement of the affected communities and also permit more opportunity for us to find common ground within our specific areas. And thirdly, let us take the time to get this right. This issue really matters to our communities, and the timetable should be set by what is needed to provide the detailed work and discussion of possible results. Separate from these views, we also have some general questions we'd like to pose. First, what are the best practices from other counties and municipalities around the country regarding provision of missing middle housing or attainable housing? What has worked and what hasn't? What is the experience that we should learn from? Second, on what basis are the geographic limits of the various parameters established for the priority housing district and the new optional method to support attainable housing? We take particular note that would affect the area around Bethesda, that the limits are not just the corridor itself, but also any place that's adjacent to a downtown area. And thirdly, why is the proposal limited to the corridor-focused growth area and does not include the limited growth area that's mapped out in Thrive? There appears to be a stark disconnect between the laudable goal of opening neighborhoods to families of moderate income, yet then specify that these new attainable housing forms will largely be focused on parts of the county with the highest land values. Surely expanding the policy to include land of lesser value will provide many more options for families with moderate income to find homes that suit them in accordance with their pocketbooks and the amenities that they value. We will continue our work regarding these recommendations, holding further discussions with our residents and forming our final conclusions. But we also ask that you consider our initial views, and we would appreciate answers to our questions that I've raised today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Rush. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Is Cheryl Gannon there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Cheryl Gannon, and I'm a resident of Woodside. I've supported measures in the past to expand housing availability, and I strongly support building affordable housing, workforce housing on the HHS site within the interior of Woodside and the Purple Line site. The Planning Board's current work on adjacent communities and attainable housing has been confusing and non-transparent and unnecessarily contentious, and the responsibility for this lies with the Planning Board. The process has been plagued by three primary problems. First, shifting policy goals and explanations. What began as a discussion of missing middle housing on a segment of Woodside has now turned into significant densification of the entire neighborhood, with potential construction of medium and large-scale developments, including apartment buildings. What began as a gentle density measure to promote affordability is now a much bigger tax-based proposal. Affordability and racial equity are the stated goals, and yet the flawed and condescending filtering concept is raised to justify building expensive housing on upzoned land. And finally, the goal has become attainable to anyone at any income level. Second, confirmation bias in the policy analysis. The Planning Board is ignoring substantive peer-reviewed economic analysis that shows that upzoning alone without other tools increases property values, housing costs, and makes neighborhoods less diverse. And the experience in our major cities demonstrates this as well. I will just summarize to stay within the time limits what is in my written testimony. Research by economists at MIT studying Chicago upzoning resulted in higher prices but no new housing construction. Empirical evaluation of data in New York City found that upzoning activity results in wider neighborhoods. Economists from the London School of Economics and UCLA found that blanket changes in zoning increased gentrification and would not appreciably decrease income inequality. There is also the evidence in front of us. Gentrification across DC from the west to the east, and even in Woodside, where the two most recent missing middle townhouse developments are more expensive than nearly half the single-family homes in Woodside. Bloggers at Vox, opinion pieces by journalists, or The Economist for the Association of Realtors, interesting to read, but they're not acceptable substitutes for quantitative analysis. Housing prices are more complicated than just supply. Stagnant wages have a significant effect on access to housing. My written testimony summarizes a long list of factors influencing housing prices, such as low mortgage interest rates, demographic factors, changes in the market, pandemic-related changes. Upzoning relies on trickle-down economics and will not fix these problems and will likely make them worse. Third, transparency and ineffective outreach. I have many examples. I'm just going to mention two here right now. Recently, the staff noted that the policies under consideration will increase property values and therefore property taxes. The planning board must quantify and make a full disclosure to the public. These tax increases will hit moderate income households and seniors the hardest, as individuals on the margins of financial security will find themselves unable to afford the property taxes. The process, in my opinion, has become unnecessarily confrontational, as the YIMBY coalition was tapped to build the grassroots support, resulting in standard YIMBY tactics that are used all across the country: online bullying, name calling, and distortions of testimony and listserv posts. The planning board must be seen as a consensus builder if you expect public support, and I urge you to distance yourselves from these tactics. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony, Ms. Gannon. Is Barbara Sosnick there? Barbara Sosnick. I thought I saw an icon flashing on the screen, but I'm not sure. Maybe she's muted. Oh, she might have stepped out, so we'll go to the next person and come back to her.
Go to Carly, number 8.
Carrie Lamari. Are you there, Mr. Lamari?
Yes, I am.
We don't.
I've been fortunate.
Are you, Carrie, are you on the phone or are you?
I'm on the computer.
Oh, okay, because we don't see your image right
now?
now. We hear you, but we don't see you. If you want to be seen, you might need to turn on the camera.
I don't have a camera on this computer.
Okay.
I'm in Ocean City, actually.
Okay, that's fine. Go right ahead.
I've been fortunate to have been invited to participate in this process and that of Thrive Montgomery from the beginning. Unlike the majority of our county population, whom to this day, many do not even know this process is ongoing. This process has troubled me from the beginning, first with the lack of community participation, the lack of comprehensive review, and further, the participation of elected, appointed, and staff on social media development group advocacy sites where public officials seem to be more in collaboration with these supporters than in an educational capacity. Many discussions were condescending towards the public who simply participate on development projects in their effort to address deficiencies in these projects. I witnessed this theme of finding ways to either discourage or prevent public participation. This theme was also part of the heat group discussions, where the staff primarily opened discussions to developers and developer interests who economically benefit from this new paradigm on how to facilitate this new growth scheme with less restraints. Some wanted taller buildings, some smaller setbacks. All seem to want parking requirements to be more lax or removed entirely. And they clearly wanted this new development theme to be by right, without oversight using site plan review. This theme, the theme of not including the public, was also suggested in the staff June 4th report to the planning board. I quote, "Communities hostile to new development have become highly adept at using the public process to fight and block building. Addressing this barrier to new development involves building capacity and understanding the value of housing and new residents to our communities." As if communities do not already know this, they have not created inclusive, diverse neighborhoods. This aggressive response to public participation has been demonstrated with the lack of public involvement in the Thrive 2050 plan and throughout the review of attainable housing, where in public presentations it became a shell game with moving components depending on who the audience were. Is this affordable? Is this really attainable? with the prices ranging above $700,000, and other confusions. All of this demonstrated with this new growth paradigm being promoted by right rather than through the master plan process, where civic involvement can consider unintended consequences of these new projects direct where these houses units should go in neighborhoods. Let's face it, every property and every project is different and should be considered in a comprehensive manner. This should not be a one-size-fits-all approach. Although when I brought this up in Heat 3rd meeting, I was confronted by Mr. Santari saying, no, these discussions do not have to be comprehensive. This is a policy discussion. Let's move on. This contradicts the vision in the Regional District Act when considering master plans and their legal standing. Also, the planning chair and staff seem to believe compatibility requirements are vague and wish to dismiss their very real legal ideals and requirements, which address not only architecture, but also stormwater, flooding, parking, infrastructure, as well as considerations like educational impacts and other community amenities, which have been considered by the hearing examiner for decades with little confusion. In conclusion, it's my belief that these discussions on attainable housing are at best incomplete, lacking discussions with the Department of Stormwater Management, the State Highway Administration with respect to road capacity, stormwater infrastructure, which is in their purview, transportation of multimodal capacity and vehicle access, and many other necessary components for a comprehensive discussion on the future of our suburbs as it relates to extending the urban canopy in Montgomery County. This process is lacking, and it needs a review and further presentations by local jurisdictional authorities and all potential envisioned consequences, which today is missing in this discussion. With more community participation, we utilize historical knowledge as well as public expertise. Please expand these discussions and treat the public fairly. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Is Alan Bowser there? There he is.
Is that working?
Yes, we see you.
Good. All right. My name is Alan Bowser. I'm president of the Montgomery County Civic Federation. At the outset, I want to thank the members of the planning department staff for their professionalism and their willingness to present some information about the initiative to the Montgomery County Civic Federation. While there's not been enough time to fully digest the scope of this initiative, we appreciated the opportunity to learn more about their work. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of our observations about the planning department's draft attainable housing policy document. First, I want to reiterate and reaffirm many of the stakeholders' comments noted in the draft document. Our members are concerned about the demands on infrastructure, schools, water and sewer, stormwater, et cetera. Compatibility with existing architectural styles and neighborhoods. Staff talks about a pattern book with guidelines about building massing, placement, height, door placement, parking, and building features. We have yet to see a pattern book draft, which arguably is the most important part of this exercise and the staff recommendations. Parking concerns. Many of the streets in the proposed target areas are narrow with no sidewalks and driveways. Increasing density in these areas is problematic where there is low use of transit. The tight timeline for the project. We note that this study began in earnest in March of this year, just 3 months ago. While we are impressed with the staff's ability to draft this document, we know from conversations with our members that there has not been enough time for residents, particularly in the target areas, to learn about the project and to have developed an opinion about it. And particularly right after we have begun to emerge from the COVID-19 public health emergency. As with the Thrive 2050 project, a majority of Montgomery County residents are unaware of the proposed changes and haven't had an opportunity to discuss the proposed changes and develop an opinion about this far-reaching plan. This is a problem for us and a challenge for you. Like the Thrive 2050 Neighborhood Coalition, we believe that this housing policy should mandate the use of traditional master and sector planning process to specify zoning changes to achieve public buy-in and to avoid the one-size-fits-all approach recommended. Our members, for the most part, do not support the integration of larger than house scale structures in neighborhoods without retaining naturally occurring affordable housing, examining the impacts on infrastructure capacity and existing area small businesses, and considering the concerns and preferences of residents who want to say in how their neighborhoods evolve and how people will live their lives. Using the master and sector planning process can help ensure that essential and accurate analysis of attainable and affordable housing prospects, concentrated infrastructure capacity studies and investments, improved stormwater regulations to handle increased residential density, targeted economic development strategies, and tax changes are comprehensive, adequate, and communicated. Further, this exercise should reinstate the concept and value of compatibility as a means of assuring that such changes enhances each individual community for all residents, new and existing. Compatibility with a neighborhood's physical characteristics, including development and environment, is very important to our members, and assurances that it continues to be a concept in these plans and zoning code are vital. Finally, with regard to community engagement, we would like to see much more outreach to affected communities. We would like to see a detailed map of affected properties and timely notification to all of the homeowners who will be affected. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns.
Thank you for that testimony. Is Daniel Major there? Dan Major.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. So my testimony has been submitted into the record, and I hope the planning board will take the opportunity to review it. I just wanted to make the following comments. I'm 78 years old, so I believe I qualify as a senior citizen now. And I've lived in the downtown section of Silver Spring since 1978. And of course, I've enjoyed the option of walking to various facilities. But when I was hit by a pickup truck crossing nearby Fenton Street on one of the infamous bulb outs that the previous planning board director felt was important for pedestrian safety, when in fact it obscured the vision of the driver that hit me, things changed. All of a sudden, walking was not an option. And so I was very grateful to have the option of vehicular access. And that's something that my parents also discovered as they aged in place and lost their walking abilities and had to have caretakers come, etc. But before I lived in Silver Spring, I grew up across the border in Shepherd Park, DC. And my parents were insistent that we go to the local DC public schools on what we call this side of Rock Creek. And that was during the riot years. And so a lot of my classmates, they would often refer to the plan, which I presume they got from their parents, who looked upon this mysterious plan as the means to push minorities out of certain neighborhoods in order to promote gentrification. And after I read County Executive's excellent brief, 10-page brief, June 10th, which I have submitted as some Exhibit A in case this goes to court, I concluded that the plan actually exists. This is the plan. And it will be seen like by a lot of my classmates as such. And so I asked the board to, be sensitive to that, because there's a large segment of the community that will see it as such. The way it's written, it basically opens the door to what I call blockbusting gentrification. I grew up with blockbusting in Shepherd Park, DC, which we defeated by going after the profits the real estate agents were made by inciting racial white flight. But this is the same. They will just use this as an invitation to incite gentrification flight, in the sense that they will buy reasonably priced properties, build expensive townhomes and so forth, and make the surrounding houses realize that they're not going to enjoy the peaceful use and enjoyment of their property, and they'll be promoted to sell cheap, and the process continues. So, there's a lot of what I call naive optimism on some of these things, but I guess when you get old like me, you become more realistic. And I believe a lot of my classmates will agree with me on that. So thank you very much for allowing me to express my views, and I hope I haven't bored you.
Not at all. Thank you for that testimony. Is Carla Steinborn there? Carla Steinborn. We'll give her a minute. And if we don't hear from her, we'll come back to her. I'll also.
I'm trying to.
Oh.
I'm trying to.
We
get
hear.
it working.
Okay, we hear you now. Very good. There you are. We see you. We hear you.
I have to be able to see my testimony too.
Okay, take your time.
All right. First of all, I thought this had to be 2 minutes, and I had it worked out exactly to come in under, and I had to talk fast to do it.
No, that's
So
the county council limits people to 2 minutes. Here we let everybody do their thing within reason. So take your time.
Well, I've added a few things, and I'm actually going to be able to accentuate my words. So bear with me if I stumble. I just want to say I live in a diverse, affordable neighborhood. My own block has people who are white, African American, Asian, Latino, single, married, with and without kids, including mixed race and multilingual households. And this is a block with 10 houses. A typical block in my community, one of the few affordable communities that are left in Montgomery County. And I might add that only one of those houses has the same owner as when I bought my house, and there have been roughly 15 turnovers in that time. There have also been multiple renters off and on. So this neighborhood has been and still is a vehicle for providing affordable options. Diverse owners move in, move out, move up. And that's the very definition of attainability. It's the kind of community that I'm afraid Thrive will destroy. Many hundreds of homeowners in Aspen Hill, where my block is, receive multiple offers every week to buy their home as is. These offers don't come from working people looking for affordable homes. They come from real estate developer conglomerates who are happy to buy homes as is because they intend to tear them down and replace them with overpriced multi-unit construction that'll drive out working people. And since Thrive has been on the table, these offers have increased tenfold. Montgomery taxpayers are going to be left with the bill for the infrastructure and the environmental degradation that these changes could produce. In a June planning board session, June 2nd, I believe, that supported Thrive, the county's own real estate development specialist said, "We're exploring how to ensure the resulting homes are really attainable in price. And we have not yet identified a mechanism to do that." He also said the idea behind Thrive is that if you make the footprint small enough and the unit size small enough, then the result will be affordable. He said something similar today. And in the same presentation back in the second, another planning staff member acknowledged, and we heard it today too, that the affordable housing from Thrive will be very small in quantity. So I ask you, for this, you're going to give developers a free ride to hack up diverse neighborhoods and tear down some of the last affordable single-family homes left in the county. And Thrive doesn't even require developers to build any affordable homes. So your plan, Thrive, it's a plan to increase affordable housing by tearing down affordable housing. And you don't even think the new housing will be affordable. Really? I just can't wrap my head around that. Thank you for letting me speak on it.
Thank you. Next, we have Joan Warren. Is Joan Warren there? We see her, but we don't hear her. I think you're muted, Ms. Warren.
Yes, sir. Thank
There,
you.
there you go.
Okay. Hi, my name's Joan Warren, and I'm a resident of Woodside. And in June 2020, as you all know, the Planning Board voted to consider upzoning part of the Woodside neighborhood. The rationale given at that time was to allow more missing middle housing to be built. It was pitched as primarily duplexes and triplexes that would produce general density by providing more affordable housing. Later, the Planning Board staff reported that developers in Montgomery County said that the only types of missing middle housing that would be profitable to build would be townhouses and small apartment buildings. So much for duplexes and triplexes. Then the Planning Board staff estimated the least expensive townhouse that could be built would be over $700,000. So much for affordable housing. The Planning Board then stopped using the term affordable housing and adopted the term attainable housing, which is generally defined as market rate housing for people with incomes between 80 and 120% of the area median income. However, the Planning Board defines attainable housing as being the right size, location, and price point for residents' need. This is so far from affordable housing that I don't know how the decision was made to get there. The Planning Board staff also sought input about the nature of missing middle housing by arranging a presentation from Opticos Design, the architectural firm that coined the concept of missing middle housing. The Opticos speaker stressed that missing middle housing should be house scale and compatible with the neighborhood. He said that buildings should be within existing lot size and did not recommend aggregation of lots. In addition, he said that more dense housing should be limited to the perimeter of a neighborhood. In early March, as has been discussed, the HEAT committee was composed to advise the board on steps to increase attainable housing. The committee was composed overwhelmingly of developers, realtors, and pro-density advocates. Their bias is how we've gotten to the point where we are today. The Planning Board staff proposes to rezone all communities within a mile of a metro central transit location to allow property owners to build duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes by right, and create a new optional method to encourage lot consolidation for the development of larger housing units. How is this compatible with the recommendations from Opticos Design about missing middle housing? In short, the plans for upzoning have been filled with bait and switch. First, greater density was sold as a way to increase affordable housing. Now it will produce housing that anybody can buy if you can afford to buy it. Then there was the promise of general density compatible with missing middle housing standards from Opticos. Now residents living near transit hubs are facing lot aggregation. The Planning Board staff is proposing that uniform standards for what will be built be developed in a yet-to-be-specified design book. I'm concerned about what such a book would include, given how much change to date there has been between what has been promised and what is actually proposed. The proposed plans don't make sense. They're not going to achieve what we all want, namely affordable housing. The Planning Board needs to step back and reassess the approach. Let's take a look at existing areas where affordable housing can be built. Give civic associations and citizens a chance to have input, which I will say has been markedly missing from this entire process. Most communities recognize the need for and support creating affordable housing and will be glad to partner with you. Working together, I think we can achieve the goal of making affordable housing available to all of us. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you. Peggy Dennis. Are you there, Peggy Dennis? There you are. Hello.
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
I can hear. We can hear you and see you.
Oh, wow. Okay. I have to agree with a number of the people who have spoken before. This whole attainable housing situation strikes me as being a little bit cockamamie. And I come at that from the experience of having found that the re-subdivision criteria helped our neighborhood fight off a proposal to put in a very large assisted living facility on what were 4 lots. The re-subdivision criteria kept that from going forward because the resulting large lot did not meet the re-subdivision criteria. Re-subdivision criteria, has it been thrown out the window and abandoned? It provides the predictability and neighborhood continuity that most homeowners want. So I have to ask some questions. Would the additional units that would be resulting from this, whether they're duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, be for sale or rent? Would it be up to the individual owner or developer or builder? And how would the costs be controlled? If you take, for instance, a 2,000 square foot modest home on a half-acre lot and rebuild it or reconfigure it so that it has 4 units, you'd probably have then 4 500 square foot tiny homes, micro homes. But who's to say that on a square footage basis, those micro homes would be affordable? A builder will charge whatever he can get for the work he's put into it. So I don't see that this adds to the I don't see that this creates a predictable rise in affordable or attainable housing at all. To do that, you'd really have to make something like the NPDU criteria apply to these increased densification on single-family homes. I think that's all I have to say. I just find it very perplexing. So I leave you with my perplexity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dennis. Bill Scanlon is next.
Okay, great. Chairman Anderson, you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, we hear you and see you.
Chairman Anderson, Planning Board, Commissioners, and Planning Staff, thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify. I'm Bill Scanlon, and I'm President of the Woodside Civic Association. Well, here we are after a year in the Planning Board's crosshairs for annexation, first under the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan, and now under the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. Many Woodside residents have taken part in the listening phase and in the visioning phase, and it appears now, as far as Woodside residents are concerned, that we're in the ignoring phase, because none of the concerns that we have raised about rezoning in Woodside are reflected anywhere in this document. Time and again, Woodside residents have testified that, one, housing options are part of Woodside. We're already part of Woodside. 27% of the neighborhood, our single-family home neighborhood, are townhomes. The 2.6-acre property currently occupied by Montgomery Health and Human Services will be prioritized as affordable housing development under the 2020 Forest Glen Sector Plan. And the Purple Line Station, the Woodside Purple Line Station, will certainly have residential development. Two, as Lisa Cavone alluded to a short while ago, Planning Zone Missing Middle Housing Consultant concurs. Greater density will not mean more affordability in Woodside. It will mean more people, more cars, more concrete, more density. Pages 20 to 25 of this document, to us, are a shocking projection of everything that Woodside residents have tried to say over this past year. The AHS recommendation.
Mr. Scanlon, we're getting some crosstalk. I don't know what's going on with that. Everybody needs to be muted except the person who is recognized to speak.
I found it unmuted.
Okay, I think we've muted that person, but please, if everybody just cooperate by staying muted until it's your time to speak. I'm sorry, Mr. Scanlon, I just want to make sure we can hear what you're saying.
Thank you. The recommendations create an all-new designation for Woodside and similar communities as priority housing districts, opening the way for, quote, more intensive change, including house-scale quadplexes by right. With this, staff is proposing to take away Woodside residents' rights to have any sort of meaningful say in the shape of the built environment in our neighborhood. Planning board members had their say, staff has had their say, and the Department of Permitting Services will certainly have its say using some design pattern book that, surprise, Woodside residents will probably not get a say in. The stated aim of the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative is to, quote, identify viable options for existing and new county residents to find homes at the right sizes, locations, and price points for their needs. Woodside has been a viable option, but for decades, it has been not just a viable option, but a first choice for many first-time single-family home and townhome buyers. And that has continued true, even as prices have risen. The truth is, many of us in Woodside would welcome a well-designed, well-developed duplex next door, but not when our concerns and considerations have been ignored throughout the process by Montgomery County Planning and would be forever bypassed under these recommendations. I get it. There's a bit of an ideological victory at stake here. There's also potentially major federal dollars to wipe out single-family housing zoning in Woodside and other Montgomery County communities. Well, Woodside rejects those motivations, and we firmly oppose the AHS recommendations as currently drafted. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. I'm going to call Deborah Schoenfeld in a minute, but I just need to take a 2-minute break because it's just about that amount of time after lunch when I think we all need to take a minute. So just give me 2 minutes and we'll be right back with Deborah Schoenfeld and then Robert Oschel. Okay, we're back, and it's time to hear from Deborah Schoenfeld. Is Ms. Schoenfeld there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we see you too.
Okay. Hello, my name is Deborah. I'm a Silver Spring resident and a mother of 3 small children. Thank you for letting me speak today. I would like to speak to you about the current plans to increase housing density in our activity centers and transportation corridors and the potential impact this will have on our schools and children. COVID has led to an unprecedented year for our children in schools, with data from December 2020 showing that significant numbers of students were failing at higher rates this year than previous years, and that these failing grades and lower test scores particularly impacted our Black and Hispanic students receiving free and reduced meals, along with students receiving special services. For instance, before COVID, 6 to 8% of 8th graders who were in special education programs or were English language learners or received farms earned an E in math during the first quarter. This year, 2020, those numbers surged to between 33% and 44% of 9th graders failing math. I'll repeat, the data showed 44% of those students failing math. This is staggering, and it is important. Before his retirement, Superintendent Jack Smith stated that it could take more than 2 years to catch our children up and to make up for the lost learning of this year. Many experts believe that this generation may struggle for even longer than that. These students require smaller classrooms and more teacher attention, not an influx of new housing that will lead to more classroom density. Housing plans should be made with direct collaboration from our public school system regarding the capacity, utilization, and availability of school buildings. It appears short-sighted to create a housing plan that will add an increased burden on our schools, teachers, and students for years to come. There had been a moratorium set in place that would prevent further overcrowding of our schools in high-density areas. But this year, during COVID, this moratorium was replaced by developer utilization premium payments. These payments appear grossly insufficient to address the actual impact of our school overutilization on these students. The glaring potential consequences that I have spoken about appear to be missing in the discussion on missing middle housing, and without real solutions. I believe this review is incomplete and lacks the necessary comprehensive discussion from our stakeholders. By doubling the density along our corridors in selected parts of the county, we could be exacerbating challenges for many families, children, and schools unnecessarily. I urge the Planning Commission to slow down and take time to properly evaluate how these new housing proposals will impact our most vulnerable populations and overutilization of our schools, especially after COVID. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I know that this is a difficult process, and I hope that many more community members will have an opportunity to participate as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Robert Oschel there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. This is about the strategy for obtaining more attainable and affordable housing, which I think we all want more attainable and affordable housing. But I think this current strategy is being promoted for more density in existing neighborhoods is counterproductive to the goal of increasing the availability or affordability of attainable housing. As you've heard this afternoon, there's considerable opposition to these plans. And I think if you continue on the current path, it could be politically infeasible to get the policy adopted. The issue to me isn't what the housing looks like. It isn't pattern books, or at least it's not just that. It's more importantly, it's density in existing neighborhoods. Allowing quads in existing R60 neighborhoods could potentially more than quadruple the housing density on any given block. We currently have 29 households allowed in an R60 zoned acre, and potentially, we currently have 7 households allowed in an existing acre in R60 zone. With quads, potentially you could have 29. Along major transportation corridors, it would be even more dense. No wonder people are opposed to this, because the increase in density affects the quality of life of people who live in these neighborhoods now. More traffic, more parking, especially if the parking requirements are relaxed, as the staff is proposing, more congestion, more noise in the neighborhood, more school overcrowding, as we've just heard, problems with sewer capacity, water capacity, electric and gas capacity. The infrastructure wasn't built for it. And now we've heard, well, this change will happen gradually and over time, but only be a few more of these more dense housing units in the residential neighborhoods, but it will build on itself, particularly in the lower income neighborhoods, because the builders will buy the lots that are the least expensive and make them more dense. The neighbors who don't want to live in a more dense environment will decide, well, it's time for us to move too. It's the point that was being made about gentrification. And pretty soon you've taken one neighborhood that was single family. It's still called single family. It's still called R60 under this proposal, but the result would be that it would be far more dense and no longer a single family, quiet neighborhood that current residents have come to expect and rely on the zoning to protect. It's a monumental bait and switch in effect. Well, what should you do instead? I think you need to reassess and develop a workable strategy to get more affordable and attainable housing. You don't apply pre-pandemic thinking to a post-pandemic world. Reassess housing needs and would be the first thing to do. If they could, many people left dense housing during the pandemic, moved to the suburbs, bought single-family houses. That's why the single-family house prices really skyrocketed in the last year, and why rents went down. Well, we've got to find out if that's going to be a permanent trend, or if things are going to go back to the way they were before. But I don't think now is the time to set in place a process that builds more dense housing when it appears that people don't want more dense housing. They want single family homes. In fact, people were even moving to small towns. We may not need to build more housing, at least to the extent that we thought we would at all. So we need to reassess post-pandemic. If more housing is found to be needed, then put it in an area where it won't reduce the existing supply of single-family homes. Don't redevelop the existing neighborhoods, put them in underused non-residential areas. For example, there's plenty of space in downtown Silver Spring that's being underutilized. Just look at the surface parking lots that the county already owns. Look at the site in Woodside that Bill Scanlon mentioned that's county owned and could be redeveloped for more dense housing. Look at all of the area out Route 29 where we were going to have all sorts of industrial development with, centered around the FDA. That doesn't seem to have happened. So there's land available that could be used and would not impact current neighborhoods. We don't need to also densify along the transit corridors. It's easy to move where transit goes to serve the people rather than move the people to where the transit is currently. If you can build more density out Route 29, you've already got the flash bus system. Expand that as needed, but don't try to densify the existing neighborhoods. You'd simply be harming the people who already live here and gentrifying neighborhoods, especially the lower income neighborhoods along the Purple Line in East Silver Spring. And in fact, it wouldn't even promote equity and wealth building if these multi-unit buildings end up being rental rather than ownership by individuals. So I think the current proposal just is not going to accomplish what the goals are. And I think basically that's where we are. You're going to have to look at, if you want to get the prices down, you're going to have to look at making more land available. It's the same house can be built by a builder in Montgomery County at one price. You can see them advertised in the Washington Post every weekend, and you'll see the exact same house across the line in Howard County or in Frederick County for $100,000 to $200,000 less. It's an issue of where you can find land to build houses. So if you want to solve the attainable affordable house price problem, you're going to have to find more land to put houses, and you shouldn't try to redevelop existing houses. That simply reduces the supply of single family homes, which people seem to want, and affordable homes at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Carrie Corpy there?
I am. Hi. My name is Carrie Corpy. I live in Woodside in Silver Spring. And like a lot of other speakers, I agree that affordable housing is a problem in Montgomery County and nationwide. And I support increasing the supply of affordable housing, but I do have serious reservations about the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. First, many of us in Woodside were surprised last June when we were included in a study of expanding the downtown boundaries. And as has been mentioned, at that point, the goal was to expand missing middle housing. It became clear, though, that developers weren't likely to build missing middle in that area. So now we're talking about attainable housing in Woodside and countywide. But the definition of attainable housing is so vague that it kind of guarantees success. If someone attains housing, it's attainable. In my mind, good policy is built on measurable goals. And as you've heard, there's a very clear definition of attainable housing targeted toward people between 80 and 120% of area median income. I would suggest that you define attainable housing in that way so that it is targeted to average income people, and you can measure results, whether you're succeeding or failing. Second, upzoning is presented as a solution to mansionization. And mansionization is a serious problem, but for the record, not so far in Woodside. I've lived there 25 years, and in that time, exactly one house, has been torn down and replaced. In the same time, within a block of me in any direction, at least a dozen families have bought houses, moved in, kept them as is, and continue to live there. That said, mansionization could become a problem in Woodside. I hope not. But to prevent that, why not tackle it head on? I know that's not easy. I know the county has explored that before, but nothing in housing policy is easy. So if you want to fix a problem, fix that problem, rather than come up with alternative strategies and hope the market follows. And then finally, as for Woodside, you've heard about our neighborhood, the diversity of housing, Purple Line, our willingness to look into expanding missing middle housing on the HHP parcel. So it's perplexing to us that while attainable housing and Thrive 2050 are still being formalized, the planning board would arbitrarily carve out 2 blocks of our neighborhood for upzoning. Nobody can even tell us how much housing they expect to be produced there. The June 21st email from Montgomery Planning explaining the many housing initiatives says that sector and master plans take their cues from Thrive, except apparently for Silver Spring. That same document says the Silver Spring plan is proceeding on schedule. Why? Why on earth do that? It speaks volumes that you need an explainer about all the housing strategies. I ask that you hit pause on the Silver Spring plan until you can sort all these out, and that any zoning changes in our neighborhood or other neighborhoods are compatible with and complement the overall county general plan. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for that testimony. Is Jane Lyons there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We hear you and we see you.
Great. Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Jane Lyons and I'm testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We strongly support the direction of the Planning Department's recommendations for more diverse housing, especially near transit, amenities, and jobs, because inequitable, unsustainable land use patterns are a systematic problem at the root of some of our most difficult social issues. Montgomery County should not be a place where your zip code or neighborhood can predict your life outcomes, whether that's your future income or future health. However, middle housing zoning reform will not change neighborhoods overnight or solve all of our housing challenges. Rather, smart land use decisions will lay the foundation for better, more just society where people can find a place to live that fits their needs, their income, and provides access to opportunities. It will help Montgomery County become a place where more people can choose to live car light or car free and drive less, a place where more people can start a family or age in place. We have several recommendations and questions to make this proposal stronger. First, we need to make sure that these housing types can actually get built. Thus, we are concerned that without modest changes to setbacks, height allowances, and lot coverage requirements, middle housing types will not be feasible and desirable to build. Furthermore, it is unclear whether the attainable housing optional method will actually result in medium-scale middle housing being built due to lot assemblage requirements. So we believe that more research needs to be done to make sure that this is all feasible. Number two, on geographic targeting, we support by right duplexes and triplexes in R40, R60, and R90 zones, but believe that R200 zones are more often too far from activity centers and located in the agricultural reserve to allow for more dense housing types. It's also unclear to us from the staff report where fourplexes and the new optional method are applicable. We support the optional method being allowed on properties within the priority housing district that have frontage along one of the growth corridors, but it's unclear what's meant by adjacent to certain Thrive identified centers of activity. We believe that the optional method should be allowed within and around activity centers, not just on properties that are directly adjacent. Three, although we understand the good intention behind it, we are opposed to unit size maximums. It will be really difficult to select the right maximum square footage and will make development more complicated than necessary. Especially if we want homes with more bedrooms, it will be important to not place a cap on square footage that makes this impossible. And finally, four, we support reduced parking minimums, especially near transit, although we believe that all parking minimums in the county should be eliminated. This would not mean that no parking would be built. Instead, developers would be allowed to decide how much parking to provide based on market considerations. Parking also adds a ton of impervious surface, as you can see from the mock-ups that the planning staff created. Please see our written testimony for our full comments, but in closing, we very much appreciate the work that has been done on this issue, as well as the important homeowner and community-focused catalyst policy and program recommendations, because many policies are needed to ensure housing attainability for all residents. Our housing crisis is multifaceted and requires a range of solutions on the local, state, and federal levels, but Montgomery County must do all it can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Maureen Blasou or Blasau there? I apologize for not knowing the pronunciation. Maureen Blasou. If not, we'll come back and check and see if she comes back. What about Grace Burnside?
I am here.
Oh, very good.
Thank you very much. Hi,
There you are.
I'm Grace Burnside. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I share the view expressed by several people who spoke earlier that the Planning Board and County Council seem to be rushing through this process without adequately informing the existing residents of the affected areas. and allowing those residents to have ample opportunity to participate in the process through the customary means, and that would be as part of a master plan process. It seems that the process is being shortcutted by the use of a zoning text amendment, and that in so doing, people won't be able to adequately understand the effects that these zoning changes could have on the neighborhoods that they live in. I don't believe that anyone who lives in an affected area can take at face value the statement made in the presentation that these multi-dwelling units will only show up sparsely in the affected areas. If Thrive is enacted, the determination regarding what will be built is going to be made by developers who purchase lots and then seem to be guided only by suggestions based on a pattern book that still seems to be very up in the air regarding what they can build. Exist customary considerations such as parking, stormwater management, transportation, and changes to the subdivision requirements, which are put in place to affect the existing residents, don't seem to be somewhat up in the air and not fully understood. I live in an area where the existing stock of houses do not sell for $700,000 a year. So if there was infill with multi-dwelling units that cost $700,000 or more, that would eliminate the attainable housing. So I share the view expressed by many. Then what is the point of that, and how does that further the county's goals? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Dan Reed there?
Yes.
Very good.
Very good. Can you see me okay?
We see you standing outside in what looks like somewhere in South Silver Spring.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed, and I'm here today in support of the staff recommendations for attainable housing. I am the vice president of the East Silver Spring Citizens Association, but I am speaking for myself. I'm also standing in front of my house. This side of the street is all townhouses. This side of the street is all single-family homes zoned R60. At the end of our street, you can just barely see it there, is a 6-story apartment building, and around the corner are some little fourplexes. I would invite anyone who is concerned about these recommendations to come down here and see a real-life example for yourself. I'm confident you will find it as lovely as I do. After 2 years of searching, this townhouse was the only way that my partner and I could afford to buy a home walking distance to our jobs and close to our friends and family. The only single-family homes in our price range were in significantly worse shape, and we could not afford to fix them up. Besides, most of them have been knocked down and replaced by $1.5 million houses, which can be built by right with little oversight and no permission from the neighbors. But if you wanted to build my house, my townhouse, next to my townhouse, or across the street from my townhouse, you basically have to ask me and my neighbors for permission, lest we threaten years of delays and lawsuits. Is that fair? Of course not. People say new apartments and townhomes are too expensive. Well, no kidding. The median home price in the DC area last month was $735,000. Doing nothing will not fix this. We need more homes and more types of homes and more neighborhoods in all price ranges, and these recommendations can help with that. With these recommendations, planning staff are telling us what people need to hear but they don't want to hear, that there is a big cost to keeping everything the same, especially segregated neighborhoods that were literally built to keep people out and continue to do so today. And my family and friends are bearing that cost in higher home prices, rent hikes, bidding wars, longer commutes, or just moving out of the region entirely. I'll tell you a story. This morning, my partner and I were out in downtown Silver Spring, and we heard a neighbor say on the phone to another person regarding this very issue that Dan Reed is too emotional. Maybe he didn't know I was standing by him. My partner was. I'll be honest, this does make me emotional. It is frustrating watching my family and my friends leave this county because they can't afford it. It's hurtful to hear people talk about my townhouse as a blight, a disruption, and a public safety risk. And it is offensive to hear people say they care about diversity, but also if you can't afford a house like mine, you can leave. But I'm hopeful to see this county try and make this right. I urge the planning board to approve these recommendations, to send them to the county council, And let's get some legislation out that can open up neighborhoods like mine to the kinds of diverse homes that we need that reflect the needs of this diverse county. No more excuses. We do this now, or we watch this county become even more segregated and exclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Greg Kimbrough there?
I am, and I'm going to share my slides. Can you see them?
Yes, we see the slide.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Greg Kimbrough. I appreciate your time, and I want to go very briefly through a couple of slides that have my key points. As we've discussed for many months, and I heard this in the presentation from staff earlier, single-family zoning is exclusionary zoning. It has explicitly racist origins, as we all know, and only detached single-family homes can be built by right in much of Montgomery County, but less than half of Montgomery County housing units are single-family detached homes. I like to remind myself of this point as I keep hearing many neighbors who are convinced that this is actually a single-family detached home county. That is less than half of our housing units. Another point that I'd like to make is that emphasizing compatibility of this housing reinforces that exclusion. These are examples of housing that are in my East Silver Spring neighborhood, existing housing. We have small apartment buildings, we have townhouses. All of these types already exist here. Denser housing already exists in many neighborhoods as well, but there's not enough of it. And also, zoning does not allow much more of this by right. But we know that it's possible to build more of this housing in our neighborhoods in a way that is compatible, and because this stuff already exists. What I'm showing here is the arts-based development in East Silver Spring. Has 68 apartment buildings, 11 townhouses. This is going up. It is completely compatible with the neighborhood. But what we need is to allow denser housing construction just like this with fewer restrictions, because it's taken a decade to build this housing. Denser housing means more attainable housing. And we know that even these larger townhouses that we've been able to build in the past, like at Courts of Woodside, they grow more affordable, at least relative to single family homes over time. They appreciate at lower rates. And so what we saw is that when these are the average house prices for sales of the townhouses versus Woodside detached single family houses. And they started out in 2010, $100,000 more. Over time have come down to be, on average, slightly cheaper than those single family houses. Yes, they may, because they're brand new, be expensive at first, but this is how we end up with more affordable, more attainable housing in the future. Enabling more townhouse construction will help us get more of this. So we must do more. Duplexes and triplexes are a start, but they're not enough. Quadplexes and townhouses should be allowed by right within a mile of high-frequency transit. Again, we already have many of these in many neighborhoods. We need to do more to allow and encourage small and medium-sized apartment buildings in transit-accessible locations, and we can also get more attainable housing by reducing parking requirements as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that testimony. Is John Poxtis there?
I am. Good afternoon. My name is John Poxtis. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland. We are a nonprofit provider of affordable housing, working to provide equitable access to home ownership in Montgomery County since 1982. Habitat for Humanity strongly supports the Planning Department's Attainable housing strategies, recommendations, and excited to see the county pursue more equitable land use policies. For too long, single-family zoning has served to segregate our neighborhoods by income and by race, which has led to vast inequities in wealth, policing, education, important amenities. It is critical that as a county, we implement policies that ensure housing affordability at all income levels in all communities. Allowing a variety of housing typologies and neighborhoods is a critical step to achieving that goal. Habitat supports the Planning Department's recommendation of allowing small-scale attainable housing by right in R40, R60, R90, and R200 zones, and would encourage the allowance of quadplexes in all zones, not just priority housing districts. However, we do believe that more consideration should be given to changing development standards for these small-scale units more specifically around frontage, lot size, and setbacks. Conforming to these development standards were particularly challenging if a lot is being subdivided, so each unit may be sold without a condo, co-op, or rental structure, even if the new building is not any bigger than the original home. As an example, an R60 lot of 10,000 square feet cannot be subdivided and a duplex built on the lot line, as each new lot will not meet R60 lot size standards. Frontage and setback standards may also be challenging if the unit cannot be built in the center of a lot or depending on the shape of the lot. One option may be to consider that the lots as the lot when reviewing compliance and developing standards and then allowing the subdivision. Habitat also encourages the planning department to consider recommending development standard bonuses for providing affordable units. This can mean the allowance of smaller lot sizes or increased side heights if the units are guaranteed affordable. While attaining housing is more affordable than detached single-family homes, in order to make sure units are accessible to all, we need to ensure that affordable developers can afford to build these units. Habitat strongly supports the planning department's recommendation to create a new type of minor subdivision for small-scale attainable housing units. We see these types of units as an opportunity for families with lower incomes to enter into home ownership. It's critical that we make it easy as possible to subdivide properties to ensure that owners have the opportunity to purchase a home without a co-op, condo, or rental structure. Currently, the subdivision process is lengthy and costly and likely discourages developers from pursuing subdivision. Habitat is supportive of the affordable housing optional method idea laid out in the recommendations. We are concerned, though, about the average unit size maximum and worry that it may limit the number of larger family-sized units being built. This may be another area where a development standard bonus allowing increased unit sizes for affordable units might be helpful. Thank you for your time and consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Is Phyllis Edelman there?
Yes.
There you are. Long time no see.
She's muted.
Oh, you're muted though. Phyllis, you're muted. You need to hit the microphone button. It's probably in. Oops, you got it, and then you hit it again.
Going.
Okay, well, now we hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Edelman. I'm a resident of Bethesda, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Citizens Coordinating Committee on Friendship Heights. The CCCFH recognizes the need for housing of all types, size, and price points in our county, but launching an assault on single-family homeowners isn't the solution. There were some omissions from the planner's presentation, and I changed my presentation while they were talking, so forgive me a little bit if I'm a little hesitant about where I'm going. Yes, some of our single-family home neighborhoods are expensive, but the marketplace shows demand is greater than supply, and multiple offers on homes have driven up prices. Planners claim that the root of this initiative, their Attainable Housing Initiative, is to make communities more equitable and more inclusive. What they don't acknowledge is that our neighborhoods have organically become more integrated in the last 30 years. And yes, equity is still a problem. So go after the lenders whose policies have historically kept many areas exclusionary, and press for greater economic development in the county. If we had more well-paid jobs, then more families could afford a home in our county. We were disappointed in seeing the presentation and the report that was given with the small scale models that may fit within the neighborhood's design, because what they did is they make us give us up green space for parking, which is not an acceptable trade-off. That's what makes our neighborhood so beautiful, the green space. And Finally, I'd like to offer some recommendations that the CCCFH has for the planning board. I want to echo Meredith Wellington's comment that we need a concrete definition of attainable housing. Before this report, attainable housing include the word market rate. And when I read the report, I didn't see anything about market rate. I saw house scale and density. So let's get a clear definition. And as many people have said, slow down the development of any attainable housing ZTA that might be developed. Most residents within the priority housing district and along growth corridors know nothing about this proposal. Make sure all affected residents are aware of any proposal. Numerous people have said this. And also, they've said, instead of by right zoning in a ZTA, attainable housing options should be discussed within sector and master plans. Because by permitting by right development, you're giving developers and potential new residents more input into a neighborhood's design and its quality of life than the current residents. There were also some other suggestions that had come up in the Housing Equity Advisory Team and community meetings, but are missing from the planner's report. And among them was to start with pilot multiplex projects. And we suggest that you place them in areas that would not negatively impact existing single-family home neighborhoods, and maybe do it with a limited ZTA with a sunset clause. And the other thing is, as someone has suggested, consider looking at other zones where properties have passed their useful life, such as underutilized expansive parking lots and the office parks where there may be less demand for space post-pandemic, and consider retrofitting old office buildings and focus on yet to be developed properties like White Flint. In other words, don't nibble away at single family home neighborhoods because we're the backbone of this county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Joy Squads, are you there?
Yes, I am. I just pushed the.
Oops, you just muted yourself, but now I think you're back. If you could say something just to verify that we're. Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Joy Squads. I'm a member of the board of the Edgemoor Citizens Association. David Barnes, our president, is unable to be here today, but he has submitted comments in writing which supplement this testimony. We've been following the initiative and doing what we can to inform and engage our residents, but that's been difficult when limited to email and Zoom. Being presented with the Attainable Housing Initiative while Thrive Montgomery 2050 is also in development has been confusing to many, even to those who have tried to follow closely. Our residents have differing views, evolving as they learn more about planning's proposals and discuss them among themselves. It's a fair statement, however, that the majority of our residents are troubled by the process and its speed, and at this time do not favor the recommendations and proposals. Consideration of any zoning recommendation should be deferred until Thrive has been adopted. The recommendations purport to implement Thrive when Thrive hasn't even been considered by the County Council. They use terms from Thrive that are not yet clearly defined, such as activity center, transit corridor, and corridor-focused growth area, terms important to understanding where and how the proposals would apply. Without an adopted Thrive, residents cannot have any clear idea of what the proposals even mean. The recommendations seek to address the county's housing needs through broadly applicable zoning changes targeted to single-family zones. The far better way to approach the county's housing needs is through the master and sector plan process, as others have indicated. That process can ensure the community participation and buy-in so important to neighborhood changes which are as significant as those presented here, and considers unique aspects of the different areas of the county. Some areas will offer opportunities for more housing at prices within reach of those now priced out. But in other areas, the land prices would result in housing within the means of only the most fortunate, who don't lack housing options, including options in the down county areas and in areas close to transit. The county should focus on housing for those of low to moderate or near median income. Most, if not all, of the shortcomings of the recommendations can be traced to the haste with which they've been put together. They reflect what some believe or hope will alleviate Montgomery County's housing shortage, but provide no discussion of best practices, no examples of places where changes such as those suggested here have been so broadly implemented, much less where they've helped meet housing needs. Even the goals have not been made clear throughout this process. Early proposals were presented to us as ways to increase affordable housing. When it became obvious that in many areas of the county the changes would create little or no affordable housing, the term became attainable housing. Housing is generally considered attainable if it meets the needs of those with incomes between 80 and 120% of AMI. But there's no evidence that these proposals will serve such residents. Rather, attainable housing here seems to mean simply housing that, regardless of its cost, is less expensive than the new single-family homes in the neighborhood because it's 2 or more homes on a single lot. Density alone, regardless of the effect on neighborhoods, and regardless of whether it would actually help meet housing or other needs, seems to be the goal. County residents of low to moderate and median income have a serious housing problem. Let's try to solve it, or at least alleviate it, through carefully considered and targeted changes that have broad support in the neighborhoods that will be affected. Planning staff have tried valiantly to do their best under artificial and unreasonable constraints, particularly time constraints. The result is a one-size-fits-all so-called solution for a much varied county. This is an attempt to fix a very complex problem, and as noted, one that exists in much of the country and due to myriad factors, with a simplistic approach and simplistic appeal that does not solve anything. Montgomery County can and must do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. P.D. Rizek, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
We hear you, yes, but we don't
Okay,
see
thanks.
you. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, hold on a
Yeah,
second.
I'm not much to look at. I just dialed
Okay,
in
that's fine. You're not required to turn on the camera,
Yeah.
but we hear you.
down here. Yeah, I'm working on closing a 113-year-old business here today in Washington, D.C., and I'm kind of busy, but I did miss. Are we 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 3
You
minutes?
can
How long
take
do I
the
have?
time you need. Just try not to repeat yourself.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to start with one quick remark. Your first speaker, Ms. McKay, great job. You're really moving testimony, and you ought to be able to live wherever you want. So, way to go. A couple of testimonies that I took note of earlier that has made me modify some of my remarks. And so I will not repeat, I think, where they're coming from. Mayor Rush from Chevy Chase, I got it. Way to go. Montgomery County Civic Association, Bashir. Woodside had 2 speakers, Warner and Scanlon. I get it. I'm behind you. Eshelman, I heard you speak. Friendship Heights, Ms. Edelman, the last speaker from Edgemore. All these remarks, I will make it a point not to repeat. We've been following this for a while, and I'm the vice president of the Kenwood Citizens Association, and everyone I talk to in my neighborhood in Montgomery County, all in favor of helping low to middle wage workers. I mean, that's sort of the target population here. Let's figure out how to ease their burden. I mean, that's kind of the bigger problem with respect to housing. I mean, we all agree. But as we go through these Thrive 2050 draft documents, as we hear the county statements in various forums we've heard, it just seems like we're sort of taking a good but not real informed bite at the apple here. This attainable housing problem is one that's being debated and attacked from the federal, state, city, and NGO level. And it's just not clear to me what role we should play. There are 2 sort of I'll call them competing objectives that we see. One is, are we really, as we go through these documents, are we really trying to create attainable housing solutions, or are we trying to reverse racist housing policies of the past? You know, is this more of a social justice agenda, or are we trying to help low to middle wage workers? You know, some of the early dialogue and writing of the missing middle concept was clearly more in the latter category, you know, trying sort of social justice issues. This latest attainable housing pivot seems to be a little more focused on solving the problem. But I think that we need to be clear about it, because and maybe there are different factions inside of the county who are pushing and pulling, but it certainly weakens our effort to solve the problem if we can't agree on the objectives. And I would like to ask us to kind of look at that first and see if we can't be clear inside the county, and therefore maybe some of the citizens here who are speaking up, talking about things that aren't very clear, you know, this thing isn't clear to them, this could alleviate some of the confusion. On the second side of it, it just seems like we're not in step with these other, you know, better funded federal, state, city, and NGO efforts. And when that happens, you know, we're wasting valuable resources at the county level. You know, and some of our great Montgomery County leaders, their thought leadership is being taken away from other things. And it also could take away critical funding from other efforts at the state and city and federal level. It freezes money when we get involved in something that's already being done by other organizations. And it generates distrust among other experts we have in how you're trying to solve this housing problem at the federal, city, state, and NGO level. Our efforts essentially can become a distraction for them. And I'm not sure we've really thought that through. There's a, you know, if you look at some of these other efforts, it's apparent that they're very costly to do this. And a couple of speakers today have talked about these, you know, 700K unit, you know, $700,000 units, you know, at our county level. You know, I'm wondering how much penetration we really can afford. You know, the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, they put out the 2018 well-known report saying that a third of all U.S. households pay greater than 30% of their income on housing. You know, to address even 10% of those needs could be well above $6.6 billion a year. We Are Apartments, in partnership with the National Multifamily Housing Council, NMHC, and the National Apartment Association, NAA, forecasts 4.6 million more apartments needed by 2030 across the country. That's $200 billion a year for 12 years just to catch up when you're talking about, you know, $500,000 units. And then a lot of you already know about this LA County problem, you know, one of the richest counties in the U.S. Well-known case, Judge Carter landmark decision in April of 2020 to house, you know, 66,000 by October of that year using mission-style shelters. You know, they put out a LA City bond, cost about $1/3 of $1 billion per year. You know, the judge said build it. You know, and you know this bigger issue of whether a judge can intervene until a county has to send us money. You know, we may be stepping into what happened in Boyce versus Martin, Ninth Circuit Court. And it's just, you know, there's a right to housing in America, but we need to make sure we as the county play in the right part of this bigger thing that's going on. There are a lot of solutions out there. A lot of them sort of outstrip what I think are Montgomery County resources. Maybe you've got resources we don't know about, but you know, in the middle income housing downtown area, there was a Teachers Corner in Hartford that was built, the Teachers Square in Chicago, and Newark, $150 million village built, 200 units. You know, some of these things could serve as models. They did not go into established neighborhoods and try to interrupt and obliterate legacy zoning. Interesting case studies. I didn't see a lot of discussion or debate about that in the Thrive Montgomery 2050 draft, in any of the footnotes, or in any of the discussion forums we've had to date. You know, I won't belabor it, but there is a issue about our job base in Montgomery County. You know, we talk about 10,000 more housing units needed beyond the 31,000 units forecasted to 2030. And, you know, a lot of the job experts I've talked to, I'm not sure we have the job base for that just yet. And, you know, the math just doesn't seem to add up when you talk about even this sort of prototype effort of building along these metro corridors. You know, even if you're Silver Spring down to Bethesda, Friendship Heights, you know, the minimum $1 million a lot, you know, maybe a little less, maybe more, minimum $300 a square foot. You know, if you're trying to talk about an 8-unit apartment, 1,200 square foot units, your total cost is about $1 million for the land, 2.9 for the building, and you're up to $4 million pretty quickly. Yeah, it's about $500,000 a unit. You know, so I mean, and that's optimistic. You know, some of other folks on this line are quoting 700,000. I mean, so we're going to spend $4 million to $5 million to affect the lives of maybe, you know, 20 people. I mean, it's the math just doesn't seem to add up, given that we don't have the job base. It just doesn't make that much sense. The other part of the equation I'd like to just ask to bring your attention to is the capacity side. You know, near Friendship Heights alone, there's just a lot of rental apartments and condos. We've talked to real estate people who've gone into MLS, and they can access, you know, individual rental stats and things on the market for a month or more. It's a shortage of single family homes compared to demand. So we don't want to compete with that. Other speakers have pointed that out. You know, there are a lot of rental buildings coming online. Redevelopment in the Mazda, Lord and Taylor area. Geico plan calls for multiple housing types. You know, I mean, it seems like there's already a lot of activity out there. We just want to make sure we take a look at those things. I've gone on pretty long, but I appreciate the time and appreciate your effort. I think we all are trying to do the same thing. We just probably have different methods to get there. And I really appreciate you hearing me out. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Is John Lower there?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Hello?
We hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Oh, great. Sorry, I'm trying to use my phone, and I've never done this before. Just a second.
That's okay. We hear you.
I'm traveling, so just a sec. Now I'm trying to find my testimony.
Okay. Yeah, take your time. It's okay.
Just a sec. Give me one moment, please. Sorry. Yeah, hi. Hey, Casey. This is John Laurie. I'm a resident of Woodside Park and an architect who has worked with numerous clients in the down county neighborhoods of Montgomery County, renovating and adding onto a stock of 1930s to 1950s houses. The question I had in reviewing this briefing was, what is the right size for a family of 4 house? The average size of the American house was almost 1,700 square feet in 1972, and it increased to 2,400 square feet in 2010, with a medium size of 1,525 in 1972 and 2,169 in 2010. According to Realtors.com, for the median Maryland house in 2011, the size was 1,920. My house is located in Woodside Park, adjacent to the Silver Spring CBD, is a modest size side hall house built in 1933 with an 850 square foot footprint and 1,700 square feet dwelling on 2 floors. Again, modest sized rooms, and this size does not include a family room. That is a typical addition my clients ask for, increasing the house square footage to approximately 2,000 to 2,200 square feet. What size should we be considering for attainable housing for a family of 4? Yes, there are 3-bedroom apartments available in multi-story buildings that are as small as 1,200 square feet, but typically these 3-bedroom units are in this 1,300 to 1,600 square foot range. We have many townhouses in our neighborhood, and the older townhouses in Woodside Park community range from approximately 1,450 square feet to 1,700 square feet, with newer townhouses in the 1,800 to 2,400 square foot range. The unit sizes proposed in Attainable housing strategies examples for the R60 zones, which is the neighborhood most of the down-county neighborhoods are significantly smaller than what is market available and viable. The proposed duplex flats have a footprint of 1,350 square feet, but unit sizes of only 1,225 square feet, and duplex side-by-sides of unit sizes of 1,440 square feet. The triplex and quadplex proposed for the R60 housing types have larger footprints, but the unit sizes are well below what would support a family of floor. If we take the position that these are transitional, attainable housing units for a young family of 4, then the unit size, anything 1,200 square feet or less, will either not provide adequate number of bedrooms or will not be market desirable. One could argue that it's okay to have smaller unit sizes. It provides more diversity of housing types, assuming that smaller units would be 1 or 2 bedrooms. But we have plenty of these units in existing multi-story buildings, and these smaller units, again, will not meet the goal of attainable family housing. The only proposed housing type for the R60 zone in the attainable strategies is the side that appears to be close to a size that would be needed, would be the side-by-side duplex. Many of our down-county neighborhoods have these side-by-side units. They're called townhouses. Furthermore, let me go to my next, the Thrive 2050. So the question is, where should we place these attainable housing units? Thrive 2050 and the recent ZTA proposed a blanket upzoning of existing down-county neighborhoods. By simply changing the zoning to allow retrofitting of existing neighborhoods with these new housing types, it will result in a haphazard, unplanned mix of larger multi-unit buildings with existing family dwelling units, and does not follow good planning principles, and will be visually and economically disruptive to our beautiful down-county, older existing neighborhoods. One might argue that these larger multi-unit buildings are right-sized for neighborhoods where developers are building new, larger homes. But the down-county Silver Spring R60 neighborhoods are the most stable in Montgomery County, where few teardowns are being constructed, and the insertion of these larger multi-unit buildings will ironically result in the same McMansion of other communities. Yes, we need to provide opportunities for attainable housing, but could we also follow good planning principles? There are plenty of examples where new communities have been built which have a range of housing types: multi-unit, duplex, single-family houses. King Farm or Kentlands come to mind examples of communities which have a mix of these units. Can existing underdeveloped land be utilized for new planning communities that provide higher density with a mix of units that provide a livable community without disrupting our existing historic neighborhoods? Alternatively, there may be existing neighborhoods whose street grid is an extension of adjacent CBD and may be good candidate zoning, but only if good planning principles are followed and the development is tailored to the specific recommendations of the neighborhood being affected, integrating the new types with the old while maintaining the street grid and community integrity and livability. Earlier testimony about, I believe it was South Silver Spring and areas that are adjacent to the Fenton Village area might be a location to consider a careful planned upzoning of that area. Upzoning the transit corridors of existing neighborhoods is a more appropriate option than blanket upzoning. But corridor development should be done deftly and again with good planning principles. The existing neighborhood lot sizes should be maintained, and the proposed new corridor upzoning should not extend into existing adjacent properties that adversely impacts the integrity of an existing neighborhood. This should be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and a blanket corridor depth that would adversely impact an otherwise healthy existing neighborhood should not be considered. That's the conclusion of my comments. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. You know, I'm not going to get into every specific you raised, but since you brought up this issue of housing sizes, you might be interested to know we have some data on over time of gross floor area for single-family homes. And in the period 2010 to 2019, the average gross floor area of a new house was 3,705 square feet. Just FYI,
Wow.
We could send you that data if you're interested.
Well, no, absolutely. But I mean, that does point to this disparity between what we're suggesting in these attainable housing sizes of under 1,200. I think 1,400 was the largest for an R60. That it doesn't really fit the market. I mean, I live in a house that is around 2,200 square feet. And as testified earlier, there are a lot of people that find these smaller houses in the R60 zone perfectly satisfactory, as opposed to the, McMansioning that's happening through speculative development. But thank you.
Okay, very good. Is Dominique Reichik there? Or Reichlik? Hope I'm getting that pronunciation close.
I'm here, getting online.
Oh, very good.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Can you see me now?
We hear you, but I don't see you yet. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. I'm a real estate agent and a longtime resident of the Brookdale community near Friendship Heights. I grew up there. I'm deeply concerned about the density changes being pushed through via Thrive 2050 outside of the normal planning process. It appears to be a one-size-fits-all approach, which will benefit developers, but not homeowners, either existing owners or those seeking affordable housing, which I do support. Near Friendship Heights, there's ample rental, apartment, and condo inventory. I check the MLS and I can access individual rental stats, so condos that are owned by individuals, listing them through MRIS. And they're often on the market for a month or more. There is an extreme shortage of single-family homes compared to demand there. Houses are selling with multiple offers 10 or 20% over asking as a rule in the past year, and generally it is still very competitive. In addition, there's several rental buildings coming online on the DC side currently with the redevelopment of Mazza and Lord and Taylor sites, and the Geico plan provides for multiple housing types if implemented. To have developers competing with homeowners for single-family properties they could convert to multifamily would worsen this shortage, and the asking prices would be extremely high as well. I think that the stats shown by one of the planning team early on showing the disparity in prices for single and multifamily shows actually this shortage of single-family homes close to Metro. In addition, allowing this kind of by right multifamily tearing down single family would create parking and safety problems with no reasonable provisions for off-street parking. Somebody was saying people won't buy if there isn't enough parking. Well, there is on-street parking, but with our narrow streets, it becomes an issue for safety. Nothing in the Thrive 2050 plan would create more affordable housing, and that's really what the goal is. It would create development opportunities benefiting developers and realtors working in that field. And I do realize that developers contribute a great deal of money to the council members, and I ask that when they're considering that and the planning board is making recommendations, that not cloud the issue. There is a shortage of developable land, but it feels like affordable housing is kind of what's people are suggesting, but that this plan is not actually going to create affordable housing. There is already a by right ADU option in our zoning, allowing more affordable units to come online while maintaining the architectural character of Brookdale. Brookdale was built by Cooper Lightbound, who built Mar-a-Lago for Marjorie Merriweather Post. It's an architecturally significant neighborhood. We already have the risk of teardowns, but the lure for developers of more options to do by right multifamily would be devastating for the neighborhood. And really, we're talking about very vague things. This plan book, we don't know what the plan book says. We're talking about, we'll be able to absorb this with schools. We already have overcrowding problems in our schools. And so there are these vague promises that there really is no detail on this. And that's very concerning. Brookdale has rejected historic designation because we want people to have the right to expand, improve as they wish. We like the ADUs because you can create more affordable housing, but we may have to reconsider that should this go through. Zoning changes of this magnitude should be required to go through the normal and lengthy master plan process and not be pushed through without adequate public input and understanding during a pandemic. I have only just been made aware of this in the last few weeks, and I work in housing. True community involvement and buy-in is needed to prevent unintended consequences. You must hit pause on this plan and go through the normal channels to reconsider zoning. That way you can consider which areas have a shortage of multifamily and affordable housing, which is the true problem, and developers could be required to provide affordable units as part of this plan. The GEICO plan comes up in 2 years. Let's increase the density of that housing. Let's increase the amount of real affordable housing so that cops and nurses and teachers can afford to live near work. This plan is not going to do that. And frankly, it seems that it's framed as a way to create more developable land for builders, but not really increase affordable housing. We really need an individual focus, not a one size fits all. And we do in Brookdale, I speak as an individual, but having listened to the chat, people agree with County Executive Ehrlich's grave concerns. And I think the council will be receiving a lot of letters from residents outlining our concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I really do hope that pause will be hit and we will go through a more normal process with community involvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Michael English there?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to present my testimony today and for holding this, I guess not formally public hearing, but event in any case. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, as shown today, that the Attainable Housing Initiative has received a great deal of attention lately and to some degree become conflated with Thrive 2050 and the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Local Sector Plan. And this is sort of understandable. All three are needed reforms to help address a growing housing crisis that threatens to price all but the wealthiest out of our county. While I support missing middle housing, I also urge the board to keep and frankly strengthen the element pushing for apartment buildings and condos and to expand it to more areas than traditionally allowed, particularly single-family neighborhoods close to transit. I also urge the board to rethink parking requirements. My condo building in downtown Silver Spring has no dedicated parking and the units sell just fine. People respond to the amount of parking you provide. That, despite these mild concerns, make no mistake, I strongly support the initiative and encourage the planning board to support it in the strongest possible terms in their submission to the county council. As I said before, I live in a 4-story, 40-odd unit condo building in downtown Silver Spring, right across the street from SingleFamily Shepherd Park, and it fits in just fine, so we can get pretty creative here. I'll also add that several speakers have said we should just keep building in downtown Silver Spring, where there is still room, as they put it. Yes, we should build there too. I'm actively pushing for several projects to be built there. I frankly hope that my view of the sun is soon blocked by more housing, but it isn't my job and my neighborhood's job to absolve them of their exclusionary zoning sins. I also find it interesting that many people saying that affordability standards should apply to attainable housing do not bring up how their single-family homes and single-family homes that replace them are not subject to the same standard. I'm also hearing a lot of people say, effectively, that they think people should be able to live wherever they want as long as they and their neighborhoods have to do precisely nothing to change. I think they are earnest, but magical thinking won't get us out of this housing crisis. In a very off-brand move for me, I'm actually giving this testimony from Chevy Chase. Of course, I'm just pet sitting for friends. I can never afford to live here, but I don't see a single home here that couldn't be a duplex. I support the AHI for two main interconnected reasons: the aforementioned housing crisis and the racist history of many zoning policies, and single-family zoning in particular, which perpetuate more explicitly racist policies such as redlining and restrictive covenants that were struck down in the past. In many cases, single-family zoning was explicitly implemented to preserve this distinctly prosperous and white neighborhood character. Don't get me wrong, I don't think most of the opponents of this initiative, both generally and those speaking today, are motivated by racial or classist animus. I think they are earnest when they say how they love their communities, that they love their communities as they are, and simply want to keep them that way out of that affection and, to be blunt, out of fear of change. And on some level, this is understandable. But that does not change the fact that, intentionally or not, preserving widespread single-family zoning perpetuates racially and economically exclusionary housing and zoning practices, and that it needs to change. On a base level, I think single-family zoning is immoral and should be abolished, but I understand that there are practical concerns here and that we need to walk before we can run. Therefore, some concessions, like R200 zones that tend to be further out being excluded, are fine by me if needed. Please note that all this does not mean I want to abolish the ag reserve or have apartment towers everywhere. First of all, even if they were allowed everywhere, the market wouldn't be there for such towers off a suburban cul-de-sac far from transit. Secondly, there are steps in between single-family zoning and high-rises, and whatever its opponents tell you, that is what this initiative seeks to make progress on. Duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes will provide a needed transition between high-rise downtowns and single-family housing, and even in more widespread suburbia are workable in any single-family neighborhood. It may not be designated affordable housing, and such housing also needs to be expanded, but this initiative and broader market rate supply expansion are among the other tools we need to employ, particularly when it adds smaller, cheaper units. Please do not side with those asking that all new housing be designated affordable. Intentionally or not, it would serve to block lots of needed housing, and is standard that, as I said before, they do not apply to their own single-family homes, not to mention the renovations and teardowns that would take up just as much space as many of these proposed buildings. For those saying that these new structures will be expensive, I'd point out that a new single-family home would be even more expensive. It took decades to create this market distortion. It won't be corrected with a few buildings in a few years. We need to start now, and over time, they'll appreciate less than detached single-family homes, as Mr. Kimbrough said. No amount of compromise will be enough, frankly, to appease some of the opponents, and I think today has proven that. There is no placating a fundamental fear of change, and I urge the board not to try too hard to do so. All of these details matter, and I don't mean to dismiss the importance of specific technical decision-making. That is also crucial. But what's perhaps most important is the ambition we set and the message we send. We need to tackle the rising cost of housing in this county, and this is a key way to do it. Allowing the detached single-family zoning dominated status quo to continue will both hurt affordability now and in the future, and send the message that we're happy to pay lip service to the housing crisis, but unwilling to do anything serious to tackle it. Please do not send this message to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dave Sears. Is Dave Sears there?
I'm here.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good. Okay. So I'm Dave Sears. I'm speaking this afternoon on behalf of Sierra Club. I'm glad that I'm speaking this afternoon and not this evening. I think the planning board's going to be there for another hour or so. In any case, I'm the land use chair for the Montgomery County group of Sierra Club, and Sierra Club is very pleased that Montgomery County is taking a careful and serious look at some strategies to address the county's critical housing challenges. Kudos to the planning department for this report. The attainable housing strategies under review are by themselves not sufficient to fully address our current housing issues. And many of the of those who have commented earlier have pointed that out. Gee, this isn't enough. Absolutely, this is not enough. However, these proposed strategies can be an important part of the answer. As context, Sierra Club brings to any policy discussion two key questions. Question number one, how can the proposed new policy help address climate change? No surprise there, we're an environmental organization. And question number two, how can the policy address social and economic equity? It's clear that the array of new policies presented in the Attainable Housing Strategies will help the county move forward in addressing both climate change and social and economic equity. In essence, the Attainable Housing Strategies will enable and encourage more housing to be built in mixed-use, walkable locations. This policy change will give more persons an opportunity to live less car-dependent lives, giving these folks more options to get where they want and need to go without always driving. The Attainable Housing Strategies will also enable and encourage the creation of many smaller housing units, and of course, smaller units will be less pricey than larger units, leading to more viable housing options for more households. And I want to make special note of the impact on schools. By opening up most county neighborhoods to duplexes and triplexes, the Attainable Housing Strategies will help achieve better school integration. That is by encouraging smaller, less expensive housing units in even our most prosperous neighborhoods. A more diverse set of students will be within walking distance of many schools. Montgomery County has a twofold housing strategy. A twofold housing challenge. The first challenge is there's simply not enough total housing. Demand has been exceeding supply over recent years. And the second challenge is there is not enough housing priced to be viable for much of our population and workforce. The Attainable Housing Strategies under review will help us address both these challenges, total housing and housing that is more, to use your phrase, attainable. So thus, the Sierra Club strongly supports the array of strategies proposed. We see no need to hit the pause button. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Serrati Bhagnagar. Are you there? We'll come back to her. And speaking of coming back to people, Patricia Johnson was up earlier but was not on the call, and I'm told she's back. Are you there, Ms. Johnson? Pat Johnson, no. How about Marilyn Quinn?
I am here.
Oh, very good. Go right ahead.
I will. Listening to the previous speakers, I paused and thought about Napoleon Bonaparte. You may wonder, Napoleon Bonaparte having to do with Montgomery County planning. But Napoleon Bonaparte recommended you make a constitution as ambiguous as possible. And many of us think the planning board has done the same thing with their planning. Thrive Montgomery has been plagued by a lack of details and definitions and shifting priorities, as a previous speaker, Joan Warren, deftly pointed out. Then Dominic's testimony made me recognize another parallel between the planning board and Napoleon. They both got money from developers. It's true, Napoleon's treasury came from land developers. Let's take the time necessary to refine Thrive and especially change the small-scale attainable housing strategy, which is linked to Thrive. First, major zoning changes should be implemented through a master or sector plan with meaningful input from local neighborhood residents. Second, we need to include information about whether infrastructure, schools, stormwater management, other public facilities will be built to address the current needs and accommodate the expected impacts of increased density. That doesn't mean we can't achieve increased density, we just have to do it properly through proper planning. Third, let's explain how to implement affordable housing in high land value areas. It should be a priority. Fourth, the small scale attainable housing includes by right apartments. If we're to believe what Jason just told us earlier today, well, he was showing us slide 25. Those small apartments are seemingly the only part of the attainable housing that would currently be affordable to build per developer's testimony. And we deserve to have input on the apartment complexes. Even two-story apartments need local input and should not be by right. Take out the apartments from by right. Finally, let's recognize that sweeping changes in ZTAs without community buy-in and with a push from developers does not equate to buy-in. Ultimately, this will result in delays. Wealthier neighborhoods can afford more pushback, but even the less wealthy neighborhoods like I live in should be able to have some input. Montgomery County has been a wonderful place for us to raise our family, and now I live in a multi-general diverse house because of the COVID pandemic. A rush to changing zoning in order to accommodate a framework from pre-COVID is shooting ourselves in the foot. Now that we're coming out of the COVID pandemic, we clearly need to address the problem of people being evicted and address the potential of surplus rental units from these evictions. So let's be smart and be a real community and make Thrive a long-term plan that is a good one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Ellen Rader there?
Yes.
And looks like, there you are. Hello, Ellen.
My name.
Long time no see.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Ellen Rader, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative. I am in favor of implementing zoning changes and procedures to increase the county's housing supply and choices near public transportation and commercial centers. There is a critical shortage of attainable housing in the county.
Hello.
Hello?
This is Brenda Freeman. I have to call in on my cell phone because it's taking so long for me to get a chance to speak. I have my Comcast person.
I don't know. I don't know who this is, but everybody's got to wait their turn.
This is Brenda Freeman.
I'm
you
sorry?
can let her speak. I'll join in later.
Hold on a second.
Give it to him, Brenda.
I have no idea who this is. But I'm telling you, everybody's got to wait their turn. And we can't be interrupting each other or cross-talking. We're trying to give everybody their chance. And I'm trying not to cut people off.
Brenda Freeman.
You've got to wait.
This is Brenda Freeman.
Okay, that's great. And you'll get your turn. But you've got to wait.
I know, but what I was calling, if you listen, please, I have to call in on another line. I have Comcast here to take this phone down.
You'll
and
have
it didn't recognize me.
Ms. Freeman?
I was calling in on a cell.
Ms. Freeman, I'm going to have our staff address your issues in the chat section of Microsoft Teams.
No, I want to be able to speak.
Well, you can speak, but you have to wait your turn, ma'am. That's the way this works.
Sir, I don't mind that. I don't mind. If you please listen, I'm going to have to call in on a cell line, and the phone, it didn't recognize me.
Okay.
So it's going to be a different phone, okay?
Okay, we can accommodate that, but bear with us.
The number will be 301-919-9047.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Rader, you were saying.
Okay. So, as I was saying, there is a critical shortage, as we know, of attainable housing for individuals and families that have incomes above the required for the regulated affordable housing. And many seem to be moving to attainable homes outside of the county in areas, with quality public schools. The county does need to retain young, diverse, educated, middle-class residents. I have submitted written testimony, which I'm not going to repeat today. With my time, I will focus on single-family zone property within central business districts like Bethesda. Zoning changes should be implemented in these areas that will successfully transition them to higher density attainable housing. Currently, these neighborhoods are becoming more exclusionary as smaller houses are being replaced with very large, expensive ones. In such an area where I live, new houses are selling for close to $3 million. These larger homes have actually more square footage and less green space than the total square footage of in the footprint of the multiplex examples in the staff recommendations. Replacement houses have already changed the character of the older communities. The value of a smaller, older house is being relegated to tear down lot only value. The land is expensive and limited within CBDs, and therefore the county should encourage efficient use of the land in central business districts to provide entry for more people to live in these high opportunity areas near transit. Development of smaller units at medium to high density will help meet the goals of attainable housing. Consolidation of lots in these areas should also be allowed. Appropriately styled multifamily units should blend in with the residential character of neighborhoods as much as possible. If the county waits too long to make zoning changes and to streamline the development process to make attainable housing a reality within the central business districts, it will miss an important window of opportunity due to the rapid pace of replacement house construction in these desirable locations. It is not in the interest of the county residents' housing needs and stated goals of the county government to have newly created enclaves of exclusive single-family houses in central business districts for just a few people to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Karen Cordry. Is Karen Cordry there?
Yes, I'm here. Guess I'm not on video, but that's all right. Yes, I've been listening to all of this for the entire period. I'm president of the Kensington Heights Civic Association. We are directly to the south and west of the Westfield Wheaton Mall, so we are ground zero in these kind of discussions. When we start talking about a mile from Metro, that's pretty much my entire community. I've also been given authority to speak on behalf of Kensington View, which is directly across University Boulevard from the mall. So we are very transit oriented, and we're very active. You may remember us as having defeated the Costco gas station a few years back. That said, as a number of other people have been talking about, we are extremely diverse communities already in terms of both our residents, their ethnic backgrounds, their incomes, the kind of housing we have here. We have quite a few townhouse developments. We are primarily, though, single-family houses dating back probably, I would guess, to the 50s and 60s. They're mostly Cape Cods. They're mostly brick. They're
I'll be
nice.
right downstairs. Just shout them and take this thing down.
Yeah, they're nice. They're solid. They're well-developed homes. They're kept up in good condition. I don't think we really have any open space here in our community. And that's one of the problems that we have here when we start talking about this particular proposal. I am strongly in favor of the goals of this proposal, and notwithstanding some of the comments by some folks, I don't think anybody who's opposed to this proposal is necessarily opposed to its goals. I think there's a real concern among many of us that the proposal in the structure that it's currently at and with the processes that it would use and so forth is not going to achieve those goals, that it's going to have a backfiring effect and will simply help create more of the gentrification that people are against. Somebody mentioned that there are houses that are big enough to be duplexes and triplexes. Yes, there are we also have a number of McMansions in our neighborhood that if somebody wanted to go in and whack those up into 3 separate houses, probably nobody would have any real concern. But I think the question is, what do you do and how do you take this proposal, which right now is very much directed at close-in communities that are already in most cases fully built out and developed and have affordable housing? How do you get more affordable housing by tearing down the affordable housing that you already have? how do you guarantee and ensure that what the result is of this process will be more affordable or / attainable housing, as opposed to just big, very highly priced, whatever the market can bear. You'll have more housing, but it won't be any of these types of housing that are going to satisfy these attainability goals that we're thinking about. In the testimony I put in there, I suggested that there's kind of, in some respects, a field of dreams aspect to this proposal right now. Sort of, if we pass it, they will build it kind of notion. And I think that's a concern of quite a few people on this call, is that the proposal needs more work, more thought, more development, and a lot more controls to be sure that what gets built is what we want to see built. In terms of just some of the particular pieces that I think should go into this, and let me back up 1 second. I think some of the things that a number of people have pointed to, which I would also point to, is that we've just gone through an enormously wrenching 15 to 16 month period that has told us that what we think we know about where people live and work and shop and all those kind of things are not necessarily the way that people have to live and work and shop, and may not be the way they live and work and shop going forward. Now, maybe we're all going to go back in the next 6 months to exactly the way it was, and we'll all start going back and getting on the metro again. Or maybe we won't. So I think part of the idea of just taking this a little bit slowly is that it has nothing to do with the nature of the proposal necessarily. A lot of it has to do with the question of giving ourselves time at this very unusual moment to make sure that what we pass actually coincides with what's going to be life going forward in the future, and that do we need to build everything right next to transit? I mean, part of the biggest problem we have here is that by building it next to transit, you're building in extraordinarily expensive areas. You're building it in generally already very developed areas. And both of those make it very difficult to then have housing that is not very affordable and very expensive and not affordable. And it may be that going forward, if many more people are staying home and working in their communities right in where they live, maybe we don't need to have quite that focus there. Maybe we can look at broader areas where we can put this and put it in places where the land is not so expensive. The possibilities of developing this are not so impossible. Just in terms of some very specific things I think that should be looked at as this proposal gets worked on some more. One is, I would agree with those that say this should not be done as a county-wide. We've done it now in one fell swoop, and we don't ever have to look at it any more detail. I think this is something that should be made a part of the planning department's tools and its toolkit to be used when it's working on master plans to decide what it can be, where it should be used, where it would be appropriate, which also lets it then look at the question of, is there sufficient infrastructure to add more density and so forth in a particular area. By making this something that is optional, it can be far more carefully tailored. You can put conditions on where you approve it, where people can be allowed to build. In terms of being allowed to build these duplexes and triplexes and so forth, I think there's some good reason to think about allowing some of those by right with the concepts of the plan and pattern and form books. But with those books, I think that should be something that the community would look at and develop and get agreement on within the context of a particular area's plan. So I think you could have that way the compatibility, you could have the community input, you could put conditions on at that point that you get to build a duplex or a triplex if you do X, Y, and Z in terms of affordability. I think we're trying to set these things up so that this will somehow happen automatically, and I don't think it will. I think it needs a lot more hands-on control by the planning board and the structure of approving these things, not necessarily on an individual house-by-house basis, but on a generally constructed notion of what you're going to allow in a given area. I do think probably this subdivision idea may be something that may be a part of what needs to go into that, because I think that is one of the real questions you have on these multi-unit buildings. If you're going to try to encourage home ownership, as opposed to one person building this and renting out 2 or 3 units in it, I think it is going to be very difficult to actually structure those things. I think it's going to take a lot of work to get whether builders want to build them, whether banks want to finance them, and so forth. As I say, the infrastructure should be taken up at the time this is approved for a given area. And finally, as I say, I think there just has to be thought put in advance. What do we actually do to ensure that people actually build the affordable units? I mean, it could be that you say that, look, as a condition to having the right to build this duplex or triplex or quadrex, whatever you build, you must at least retain at least one unit that's no more expensive than the one that was there before, or maybe all of the units have to be within a certain range, or that kind of thing. I think you guys aren't thinking in many respects as broadly as the kind of authority that you can use. I think it will take hands-on work to make this happen. I don't think it will just happen if we just set up a structure and then just assume it will happen. And I think that's what the people who have had real concerns with this are saying, is that you guys need to do a lot more work on this before it gets to a point where we get what we all want to see, which is good, quality, attainable housing that increases the housing stock, but doesn't just build more expensive housing that no one can afford. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Stacy Band there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, very good.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair Anderson, for allowing me to speak today, and hello to the Planning Board Commissioners. My name is Stacy Ban, and I'm the Co-Vice President of the Bradley House Condominium Board and Community Liaison. This building has approximately 37 units and 70 residents. On behalf of my community, I support the position stated in the June 10th memo from the County Executive's letter. The county seems to have two main growth areas within the population: people who may be in lower paying jobs and residents that are aging that may be living on limited income. How can we meet the needs of those with less potential funds available so that they may purchase a home? Montgomery Planning has worked on outreach online. However, additional outreach is necessary. There are some people that are aware of the proposed initiatives and strategies and changes, but many more still have no idea about the proposed changes and the potential effects to their homes, neighbors, and neighborhoods. Bradley House is in favor of and recognizes the need for initiatives that support attainable housing. However, the initiatives presented at this time are not and not attainable for the population for which they are intended. As we know, the housing near transit is traditionally expensive, and thus the properties built near transit will inherently be market rate, which is not attainable for many, even with a smaller footprint. Furthermore, the housing shortage that exists is the accessibility of single-family homes, which I know many people have already discussed. Many people who aspire to live in single-family homes and own a vehicle do not aspire to live in multiplex housing, such as triplexes and quadplexes, as they envision those potential housing types as just additional forms of apartment living, as categorized by many insurance companies. In an effort to move the county forward, the planning department should identify plans to implement more pilot programs with the assistance and input of local neighborhood advisory-based committees in neighborhoods and/or geographical areas that have acreage available. Here are some specific initiatives, many of which the county executive shared. They must be evaluated closely and implemented to achieve the housing goals the county has in mind. And additional information about those is also in my written testimony. So one is preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. I'm sorry? Establishing a
I'm sorry, we have a
policy-
little bit of crosstalk. I just want to remind everybody to mute themselves if you're not being recognized to speak, because otherwise our speaker can't be understood, and we don't want that. Everybody wants to be understood, right? Ms. Band, I'm sorry about that. Go right ahead.
That's okay, thank you. Establish a policy of no net loss of market and restricted affordable housing in any redevelopment. Adopt policies for rent stabilization. Modify the MPDU policy to increase the numbers and level of affordability of units. Use small area planning to address complex planning issues in small context-sensitive plans, not through countywide form-based zoning and pattern books. Identify larger parcels, maybe 3 to 5 acres in various places throughout the county. And I know some people have already mentioned those areas, like properties in White Flint. follow master and sector planning processes that already exist, and further identify locations for things like multiplexes, whether it's triplexes or quadplexes. Maybe those units need to be even closer to transit. I don't know. So those are just some of my suggestions. I hope you will review my written testimony as well, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is Chad Rector there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. So my name is Chad Rector, and I'm a homeowner in East Silver Spring. I live on Easley Street. Fun fact, Easley Street is named for a guy named Holt Easley, who sort of invented East Silver Spring about 100 years ago as a sundown community, which used restrictive covenants and zoning rules to create a whites-only neighborhood. I strongly support the direction of this proposal to help undo that legacy of segregation and to help make our community a place that's really for everybody. And in particular, I want to thank the staff for the completeness and the clarity, both of the report and the presentation they gave today, as well as for the many instances of community outreach that they've done over the time that this has been being discussed. I want to echo some of the points that some of the other commenters have made about racial and economic equity, but I also want to describe a couple additional benefits to moving in this direction that haven't otherwise been discussed in detail. So first, climate change is a planetary emergency, and I want to build on some of the comments that Dave Sears from the Sierra Club made. Right now, we have these single-family zoning rules that make it effectively impossible for people to build new housing in areas of our county that are close to jobs and transit and amenities. And so as a consequence, people, if they want to live someplace, they have to live far away and then drive to the places that they want to go in cars. And from the perspective of a lot of our shared goals of fighting climate change, that's insane. And the reason why it's crazy is that if we have as a country, if we're going to fight climate change, you know, recognizing that a lot of the things that we might have to do to fight climate change are hard, here's something that we could do that's really easy, right? So if we just allow people the freedom to build housing close to jobs and close to transit on their property if they want to, so that then more people could choose to live closer to jobs and transit if they want to, then that could sort of make things better for everybody. Less car use, less pollution, more efficient living. So that's the first point. The second point that I want to make is about the vitality of our local culture. Excluding people from our neighborhoods using these restrictive zoning rules, and in particular, which has the consequence of excluding younger people and people with families from our neighborhoods, makes the cultural vitality of our town, it just makes it more sterile. Having more diverse housing means we have more people and a more diverse set of people in our neighborhoods. And so with the status quo, with these exclusive housing rules, Silver Spring is running the risk of losing a lot of the vitality that made this a great place to begin with. So instead of trying to keep people out of our town, like we're a bunch of little Donald Trumps, we should instead let people live here if they want to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Joel Teitelbaum there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I will speak for a short time because I didn't prepare a long testimony. I thought I had only 2 minutes, but that's okay. I really appreciate what others have contributed, and I want to thank the planning staff for their presentation. It was actually cogent and very directed, and I'm surprised not by the fact that they presented it, but that they all seem to be involved in the same way of thinking. And that is what is known as groupthink. They all seem to be urbanists, and they seem to have borrowed this attainable housing strategy from urban zones outside of our area, and they want to apply it in a blanket fashion here, as people have mentioned, a cookie cutter fashion, across an entire county with variations up and down and some specific growth zones. My best guess is that this will fail, but nevertheless, it needs to be addressed for what it is. And for what it is so far looks like an attempt to insert attainable housing into the Thrive long-range plan, like sticking it into the corner of the plan in a great rush. It's something that I would call precipitous and breathless broken planning. And my impression is that this is a broken process. And unfortunately, attainable housing will get short shrift because it's not been presented in a good and well-formed way to the populations of the county that are most interested in it. And I think that is important in another way, because attainable housing could work if it were well thought out, well presented, and was in a post-COVID context. So far, it looks like a pre-COVID context. And the only difference is that we have very rapid inflation in single-family homes, largely due to a long-range effect and partly due to the COVID emergency when people want to buy single-family homes in suburban areas. So I would suggest that they back off, rethink it, and do not insert it in Thrive, which has some rather laudable goals, but is not very well defined, and allow Thrive to go forward through the entire process without the attainable housing strategy or initiative or whatever you want to call it. It really needs some better defining. The image I get of it is something like this, that the entire attainable housing strategy is a slippery slope, that many people who responded to this show how it might lead to unintended consequences. And it also looks like, in this case, the planning staff, backed by the director and apparently the board chairman, are over their skis, to use a wintertime analogy, even though climate change may mean we'll never get those kind of winters again. And so they really need to back off and try to go down a smaller slope and train themselves better before they try to ram it through as they've rammed through some of their sector plans in the past. So I would strongly suggest that the planning department do two things. Stop doing groupthink and bring in something I recommended before, a qualified, applied, trained, skilled demographer to re-understand the demography of Montgomery County based on the 2020 census and the censuses before, and the 2020 census has not been published yet. So once again, we need to back off until we get updated data and good interpretation by applied demographers who really know what they're doing, rather than planners who pretend to know what the demography is. So on that basis, I have to say, attainable housing strategy is not a strategy, it's just an insert, and it really shouldn't be in the forefront. Thrive should be the forefront, and we should face the larger scale concepts over the long run first, and then maybe attainable housing can fit in with affordable housing and various other components, as many people have mentioned, in a more rational and, I would say, culturally acceptable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Charles Clark there?
Yes, I am.
Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Clark. I'm a career federal employee, and my wife is a retired software engineer. We have lived in the same house in Arcola Subdivision in Wheaton, Maryland, for nearly 30 years. Prior to that, we lived mostly in Wheaton Crest, nearby, for 8 years. Our 2-bedroom, 2-bath home was built in 1955 on a half-acre plot zoned R90. We bought it from a retired DC firefighter. In days of living memory, retired firefighters could own half-acre treed lots in a neighborhood now midway between Wheaton and Glenmont metro stations, within easy walking access to Wheaton Regional Park. Even today, both of our next-door neighbors are families of retired secondary school teachers. The population of our street is racially and ethnically diverse. We often walk 2 blocks north on Georgia Avenue to shop at H Mart, one of the county's finest vendors of produce and seafood. We consider R90 zoning to be a binding social contract between our family and Montgomery County. We pay our taxes. Montgomery County protects us. We haven't had any reason for serious complaint. The Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative proposes a unilateral abrogation of that social contract by Montgomery County. To paraphrase a line from Man in Black, your proposal is unacceptable. Building multiple multiplexes on R90 lots would seriously degrade quality of life on our street. The median number of cars per household in Montgomery County is 2, close to the national average. The plans shown in Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative all allow just 1 car parking space per dwelling unit and no enclosed garage. Our streets will be crowded with parked cars and traffic. Because our home has a 1-car garage, we've been able to operate an all-electric vehicle for the past 8 years. Our garage contains a dedicated high-capacity electric charging station. How will the transition to electric cars happen in a neighborhood of multiplexes? Indeed, how does a multiplex offer substantially better quality of life than a condominium, of which there's no shortage of development in Montgomery County? Stacy Band made a comment upon this in her remarks a few minutes ago. The perceived quality of life, the sort of compromises associated with living in a multiplex are not distinctly different from that of apartment or condominium living. The stylized pictures of cottage courts and multiplexes that are shown in Attainable Housing Strategies remind us of the propaganda we saw when visiting East Germany and the Soviet Union. Basically, a sort of fabrication, idealized picture that's detached from the reality of life that we know here in Montgomery County. I appreciate the work of the Commission in thinking about the future. I do not discredit its motives. However, its recommendations require abrogation of the R90 social contract and make the proposal unacceptable. To me, that alone demonstrates a sad lack of imagination. Thank you for your attention and for letting me speak.
Thank you. James Hedrick. I think I saw James Hedrick a minute ago. There he's back.
You did. I punched the wrong button. My apologies. All right.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. As we're getting toward the end, I'll try to keep my comments very short. My message to the Planning Commission is very simple. Go broader, go bigger, and recommend more to the County Council. We have a real opportunity right now to address serious issues of housing affordability, of equity, of transit accessibility, economic opportunity to really improve our community. Let's not hold back. Let's be as bold as we possibly can. The problem is very obvious. We don't have enough homes and we don't have enough variety of homes. All right. We need more and more diverse types of housing in Montgomery County. We cannot address our issues of our environmental issues, our issues of equity, our economic issues in our community without addressing land use and housing. And to do that, we really need to go big. We really need to go bold. So if the problem is obvious, the solution, it's undeniable. We have to attack the root of the problem. The root of the problem is exclusionary zoning. All right. I want to briefly emphasize the importance of housing variety and the importance of ending exclusionary zoning to our local economy. Not because it's the most important issue, but because other folks have really addressed issues of the environment and equity very admirably. And I know a little bit about economic development. I used to travel around the country all the way from Puerto Rico up to Alaska to work on communities with economic development projects. And what I can tell you is that the communities that welcomed new residents, that had places for them to live, that had affordable places for them to live, those that welcomed new residents in, they thrived. The ones that didn't, did not. All right. If folks can't move here, if there's nowhere for them to live, if there's no place that they can afford, they're going to take their talents, they're going to take their ingenuity, and they're going to take their innovation elsewhere. And we are going to be the worse for it. So we need housing to drive our economic development, not the other way around. And the first step to that, just the first step, is to address these issues of exclusionary zoning by simply allowing, just allowing more housing variety in more places than are legally allowed to do it right now. Second of all, I really want to briefly discuss how ending exclusionary zoning, expanding the ability to build small midplexes, small apartment buildings, that kind of thing, supports the development of subsidized and affordable housing in Montgomery County. Because we've had a bit of misinformation on that today so far. First, I chair a small public housing authority in Montgomery County, and I've worked in affordable housing and housing finance most of my career. Anyone that says that these recommendations for ending exclusionary zoning and reducing it, upzoning places won't improve housing affordability is flat out wrong. They're just wrong. It will make providing affordable housing easier. The recommendations in the Affordable Housing Initiative will make it easier for residents, for affordable housing residents, and for providers like I work for. It'll expand the opportunities, not diminish them. I think I've said it. I think we heard from Habitat for Humanity a little earlier. It'll make it easier for us to provide subsidized and affordable housing. Affordable housing providers cannot make the financing work with only single family housing, and we literally cannot build anything else in the vast majority of the county. We are boxed in. Our current approach is mostly preservation and inclusionary zoning programs like the MPDUs. Absolutely not enough. I'm sitting on a wait list about 3 times larger than the number of units I have to provide for affordable housing. We have to be able to build somewhere, and we have to be able to purchase and maintain the affordability of other things that other folks build. Right now, we really can't do that on the scale that we need to provide affordable housing. So, as many people on this call have said, if you're concerned about increasing the availability of affordable housing, you absolutely have to support the broad elimination of exclusionary zoning and the kind of attainable housing recommendations that have been provided to the commission. I know subsidized housing isn't necessarily explicit concern of the affordable or the Attainable Housing Initiative, but the need is great, and we've heard a bit of misinformation today from folks that I assume are well-intentioned, but are really unfamiliar with the realities of providing financing and preserving affordable housing in Montgomery County. So, to conclude my comments, because I said to be short, exclusionary zoning, eliminate it, go as broad and extensive as you possibly can. That should be the recommendation to the County Council. At the very least, I'm going to urge the Planning Commission to expand the recommendations to allow that small and medium scale residential by right within a mile of transit everywhere across the county. I want to mean all transit, Metro, Ride-On, BRT, Purple Line, MARC. Please don't forget MARC. There's a lot of opportunities there. That's a spam call. Sorry about that. Eliminate the parking minimums and requirements. Just get rid of them. It's unnecessary. If they need it, they'll put it in there. And recommend things like the reduction of setbacks and lot coverage caps and things like that. Very simple. More units, more different types of units, and more places. These recommendations, great start. I think we can expand them. We can really be a leader, a national leader in bringing housing and land use into the 21st century. And I hope you'll recommend to the council that we do that. Thanks a lot. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks very much. We have 7 people left. They're all on the phone. And before I do that, I just need to take a 2-minute break. When I come back, we'll pick up again with Joan Bierweiler, followed by Roberta Paul Zeitler. But I'll be just a minute.
As an example, I suggest looking at the Philadelphia Accelerator Fund. It's a public-private partnership with flexible funds for minority developers who are facing systemic barriers to traditional bank financing. I think there's a lot more that can be said, and I'm really glad that we've had this opportunity for such a great exchange of ideas. I think it's time to re-engage the engagement process post-pandemic, with people being able to get together and actually see each other and interact. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Michael Dutka, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say I fully support the attainable housing strategies as proposed by the planning board. If they go a little further, I think we could eliminate parking minimums and reconsider setbacks and building height limits as well, so that we could perhaps get a little bit more housing units built than what the planning board is projecting. And to follow up, supply and demand is real, and yes, it does apply to housing. If we add more housing units in high demand neighborhoods, that will slow the ever upward march of prices in those high demand neighborhoods. That's a very important thing to do to keep these neighborhoods attainable to younger residents and more diverse residents as well. Furthermore, if we keep growing by simply sprawling out forever, that's bad for climate change. We can't, that's, it's not sustainable. We need to grow close to transit. We need to grow in a compact form to facilitate more walkability and more alternative modes to transit than simply the car. And that sums up my testimony. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Thank you very much. Brenda Freeman, I think, is back on another phone. Are you there, Ms. Freeman?
Hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Or we did.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready. I have some concerns about this whole plan that haven't really been addressed. And my feeling is that there is a false sense of urgency being used to implement a plan that will eventually become a developer's gold mine if enacted. And I'm overblown by the number of interlocking plans and the so many quick changes that are very difficult to keep up with. What I'd like to talk about is to give a historic example, or actually a real example, of Littonsville, which is a historically black neighborhood in Silver Spring of homeowners, small homeowners, which would qualify possibly a description of missing middle housing, that was rezoned. And now many of the former residents are being priced out of their neighborhood due to the gentrification in the building of high rises and the like. So please don't always think just because there's talk about big buildings that it won't force people out of their homes. Now, my other concern is that I'm beginning to hear very often this kind of ageism that seniors who own homes are responsible for the problems that the county created. There's another accusation that seniors are overhoused. We are not overhoused. And so I would appreciate if the planning board, it seems to be, and I'm not saying that you started this, but there seems to be a sanctioning of bullying of elderly people. Now, the county, as we all know, can't build its way out of income disparities. There's going to have to be economic development. But this whole idea of attainable housing, which used to be affordable housing, has changed. And even if there are increase in market in housing, market rate rentals aren't going to decrease the cost of housing. So that means a lot of the housing will have to be subsidized, and that capacity, that ability to do that is certainly limited. Now, another issue for me is that public transportation is not going to replace cars. And by severely limiting parking spaces, this is going to put a burden on a large and growing segment of the county's population, namely seniors, families with children, the disabled, and others. And people who aren't there now will certainly be there in the future. So what I'm concerned about is that there seems to be developing a strategy or remarks that one of the reasons that there's a shortage of housing is due to covenants which are defunct, or the fact that neighborhoods aren't ethnically and racially diverse. My area of Silver Spring, Woodside Park certainly is, and I would appreciate a recognition of that and certain other issues which I have mentioned. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Is Pam Wanbeer there?
Yes, I am. Hi. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we hear you.
Good. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've lived in Woodside for over 40 years. I live in the original 170-year-old Woodside farmhouse. I was a single parent when I found this house, which had been condemned and in much need of repair. I continue to work to keep it sound. It is a perfect example of sweat equity. I am 72 years old. Will I be able to afford to continue to live in this house I love? through my retirement. And I'm wondering how density will affect my property taxes. And that's a really big question for me. I think probably most of the things that I have written to say today have been covered very well. Some about the making these changes when we've been unable kind of to meet and whatever because of COVID. The public hasn't had a hard time to have the opportunity to exchange ideas and certainly attend meetings. And the lack of the notice of the beginning of this and the way things keep changing in it, it's getting difficult to process what's actually happening. I'm dismayed that the zoning changes are carving out and targeting established neighborhoods when there are government-owned properties in our neighborhood and other downtowns and others in downtown Silver Spring, as well as other parts of the county that could help to satisfy our area's needs for missing middle, attainable, and low-income housing near public transportation. Every day I drive by the demolished Park and Planning and surrounding area adjacent to our neighborhood, wondering why this was not designated to help solve some of these needed missing middle and attainable house and low-income housing needs. The zoning changes and housing density proposals I've seen so far are very complex and confusing. What might, I never hit, so are things like density, whether infrastructure, parking, stormwater management, and public amenities will be addressed. The missile housing that has been added to our neighborhood have not provided more affordable housing as we were told initially. So who did benefit? I know the developers did benefit. There are existing single-family homes within our neighborhood which are less expensive than the missing middle houses that were built. As it stands, it is our green and environmentally good with established trees and gardens where people living in the surrounding apartments walk, run, exercise, and walk their dogs for a feeling of peace in their lives. They gravitate to our green space rather than the urban streets or for enhanced quality of life. So anyway, that's kind of what I wanted to say. Our neighborhood, I see it as an asset to the adjacent urban, and it's going to continue to get more and more urban. And where do people go when they want to? They're not going to walk into the urban district if they can walk in a really nice place. A lot of the comments today were about the county making it making income disparity, working with ways to help income equality versus tearing apart established neighborhoods. Anyway, it seems like there's a whole bunch of other options. And the last year and a half, so much has changed in how people are working and what their desires are. I just would love for those things to be taken into consideration before there's a whole kind of broad brushstroke of changes coming through. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Plumer there. Scott Plumer. I thought was on, but we'll give him a minute and come back to him. Diane Lynn, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson, Park and Planning Commissioners, and the Park and Planning staff. I'm Diane Lynn, President of the Wheaton Forest Civic Association. We're a group of about 200 R60 single-family homes on the east side adjacent to the Wheaton Metro Station. Our community, which is over 60 years old, is multiracial, multicultural, and economically diverse. My neighbors include nurses, teachers, cab drivers, government workers, salespersons, and retirees. We are mostly small 3-bedroom rambler homes on streets that were designed for this type of housing. We have narrow streets with dead ends and cul-de-sacs and limited parking. Some houses do not have driveways. We were and still are among the least expensive ownership housing in the county. We are usually the first house that the owner has purchased. They come in with about to have a family or have young families, and they want some green space, some backyard for their kids to play in the yard. Some move on to larger houses, but many stay in the community and retire here because it's so affordable. With no condo fees, no surprise condo assessments, no homeowner fees, we are about as affordable and attainable as it gets. Our superpower is our basement. During the pandemic, at least one homeowner was able to take in his children and grandchildren. Probably 1/3 of the community at any one time has turned their basement into an accessory apartment for relatives, caregivers, or simply to help pay the mortgage. The accessory apartment is by far the least expensive housing available. Throughout time, residents of Wheaton Forest have been able to shelter 3 generations of family in one home until finances strengthened and they could afford individual homes, often within a street or two away from each other. For someone seeking housing close to the Wheaton Metro, there's a large assortment of both rental and ownership options in the form of apartments, condominiums, and townhouses. So Wheaton Forest is not the exclusive housing near the Wheaton Metro. It is but one option available among many, and it is among the most affordable for anyone seeking to purchase a single-family home. Before you decide that plopping down a 4-unit apartment or a 4-unit condo building throughout this modest single-family housing community is a good idea, I urge you to consider the impact. You will be destroying the community and depriving people of a choice for affordable housing that is becoming extinct. In fact, you will be replacing this diversely occupied, affordable, attainable housing with much more expensive housing that may well be less diverse. This consequential and controversial decision should not be executed through zoning text amendments in the midst of a pandemic. Mandating the use of traditional master and sector planning processes is essential. As stated in the county executive's June 10th letter to Council President Tom Hucker, the master plan process needs to include small area planning. A site plan needs to be required for infill development of single-family neighborhoods, and compatibility standards must be retained. We are concerned that our homes in Wheaton Forest would be dwarfed by these larger apartment buildings. We fear that the proposals being considered under the Attainable Housing Strategic Initiative will cause environmental degradation in our community. Green space would drastically be reduced, causing problems with stormwater runoff that could make existing houses subject to flooded basements. There is so little greenery close to the Wheaton Metro as it is. These proposals will further diminish the tree canopy and greenery in the neighborhood. We are concerned about emergency vehicle access as well as parking for residents and tradespersons performing services in the community. The quality of life here will really take a major hit with these proposals being implemented, if these proposals are implemented as proposed. A change in zoning is likely to increase property tax assessments. This will have an unwelcome impact on retirees and those who live paycheck to paycheck. Our community is confused by all the different efforts that are going on simultaneously. They are exhausted by pandemic impacts. They have little time or energy to engage in these various efforts. Perhaps they are too trusting that Montgomery County government would not take such a sweeping and drastic action without widespread notice and an opportunity to address and resolve concerns. We request that the Planning Board stop work on these proposals that would implement Thrive Montgomery before the plan has even been approved. And just a note that I've received at least 3 postcards addressing a bridge replacement near me, which, I really have very little input or, desire to be involved in or comment on, but yet I was sent 3 postcards concerning that, at least 3, but I received nothing about this effort underway to implement the Thrive Montgomery before it was actually passed. I had to seek out this effort and sign up to participate in meetings. There appeared to be no outreach to civic associations. And I think if things move at the clip that they're moving at, you're going to just, have a horde of angry people when they discover what's been done if any of these DTAs are passed. So I would, really strongly urge you to hit the pause button on this and slow this down and stop artificial deadlines and consider all of the very significant comments that you've received today. Thank you very much for your attention to my testimony.
Thank you. I'm going to try and see if Scott Plumer's there. I think he may have been there, but maybe needed to hit *6. So, Mr. Plumer, if you're there, you want to try again? And one more time, I'm going to wait for Scott Plumer because I'm pretty sure he's on the phone, but we're not hearing him. So, Mr. Plumer, if you're there, try hitting *6 one more time. No luck. We have one more slide from Mr. Sartori, but I wanted to communicate one other message from our sponsor. The planning director is very concerned that there still seems to be some basic confusion about the relationship between Thrive and the other pieces of attainable and affordable housing legislation and tools. Thrive Montgomery, of course, will be considered in work sessions. Well, there's a hearing next week, and then there will be work sessions throughout the month of July at the Planning, Housing, Economic Development Committee, and the full council is scheduled to take that up in September. And if you take a look at the one page in the plan that really addresses missing middle, what you'll find is it's actually less than one page. It's more like a couple of paragraphs, and it says basically that we should be expanding opportunities for missing middle housing, and that's pretty much it. So really, it's at a very high level of generality because it's a general plan, and it addresses every topic at a very high level of generality. The implementation takes place through things like zoning text amendments and area master plans, and hence the discussion from Councilmember Jwando, Councilmember Reber, and others about specific proposals that they had asked the planning department to consider. Now, I think there's been a lot of questions about why would that happen? Why would they do that before they'd considered adopting Thrive? I think it's a little bit like legislation that's in front of Congress. At any given time in Congress, there are multiple healthcare proposals, for example. There are probably hundreds of healthcare bills introduced in Congress every year, and any legislator can introduce a bill at any time, just as our county council members can introduce proposals related to land use and zoning and affordable and attainable housing. And for a variety of reasons, we've had a couple of council members who have introduced or at least publicly discussed proposals related to missing middle and attainable housing prior to the conclusion of the Thrive process, but felt that it was a topic that was ripe for discussion and important to consider. In any event, the expectation is that Thrive will be taken up in September by the full council and concluded, and then the council will consider whatever affordable and attainable housing recommendations the planning department and board forward to them. So we play the cards we're dealt as far as the council schedule is concerned and what they direct us to do. In this case, they asked us to look at this set of ideas in more specific terms before they had concluded their work on Thrive. But of course, we've already made our recommendations on Thrive, and we're ready to turn to the more specific aspects of implementation. By the time they get to these zoning text amendments and other ideas, they too will have finished with Thrive. So I think there's nothing that's particularly out of order or irregular about it. I understand that some people may disagree with the pace or order of those proposals proceeding, but in any event, I think it's not especially confusing if you take a minute and step back and see how those pieces fit together. I don't know if I've clarified that at all, but I know that Gwen was very concerned that we at least try to provide whatever clarity we could. So that was my best effort right now. In any event, I think Jason Sartori has something to say before we wrap it up.
You're muted, Jason.
And Jason, hang on. We got Scott Plumer.
Yes.
Scott Plumer says he is online. He's sent us an email saying he's ready to talk. So, Mr. Plumer, are you there? Try hitting *6 again or calling us back because we're not hearing you. I'm going to have to go ahead and let Jason do his thing. If we get Scott Plumer back, we make every effort to let everybody say their piece, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get Scott Plumer back. Jason, what did you want to cover?
Okay, it's just very simple, just to highlight the next steps that we have. We have 2 work sessions scheduled with the board, one on July 8th and one on July 22nd, where we'll have the opportunity to get in-depth in conversation about the details of the recommendations. And we thank the people who participated today and provided their comments, and we thank the board for sitting through and listening to what we had to present as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to try one more time with Scott Plumer. Mr. Plumer, if you can hear us, now is the time when we have to wrap it up. And we don't hear you. So.
Let's see, does that work now?
There we go, at the last possible second. Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
I did have to dial back in. I am a little bit hesitant to go on as the last word. There's been so much great testimony. It's been exhausting listening in, and it's been exceptionally also motivating and useful to hear all the different viewpoints. And so if you'll forgive me, I'll go with this about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. My name is Scott Plumer, for the record, representing Darnestown Civic Association. Our written remarks were submitted last week, and today we'd like to highlight a few of the key elements in our submission. We have a great deal of respect for the staff and their work. Our limited time causes us to be focused on the concerns, but please don't mistake our focus as a sign of only dissatisfaction. We're quite thankful for the amazing work the staff does to make our lives exceptional every day here in Montgomery County. We're intensely focused on the big picture and how each planning initiative shapes our future. We are intent on driving out inconsistencies and stopping the mass momentum of errors of the past. First, we step back with 2 quick general points about gradients and granularity. If you want corridor-focused growth, you have to stop sprawl where it's most likely to occur on the edges. Planners have been telling us this for over 50 years. Rather than the Thrive Growth Map, the 4 density gradients depicted in the Transportation Policy Areas Map in the adopted 2020 Growth and Infrastructure Policy, along with its tight boundaries, represent the best path to the future we all desire. The data we use is mostly by zip code, large census groupings, and other available data that do not match our planning maps, nor does it reflect our communities. It's an age-old problem of instrumentation and measurement. This leads to policy error by our use of the data we have versus creating a capability to get the data we need. We must create the capability to get the data granularity we need. Gradients and granularity, essential preconditions for the future we desire. We agree with the staff and suggest the entire matter of defined activity centers be part of the master plan process with close consultation with affected communities. We are concerned about the current level of consultation with each of the communities and neighborhoods, especially those included as Thrive identified activity centers. Were these communities agreeable to be activity centers? Do they understand what it means in terms of future plans and templates being modeled for them rather than by them? How does our process include emerging and neglected communities in our plans? If the staff is, as mentioned on page 12 of the staff report, contemplating a focus on sewer and water for the 2024 growth and infrastructure policy, we would like to collaborate with their efforts. The issue before us today is adding density as a solution to attainability. The areas outside the current sewer envelope, meaning areas currently without sewer service, whether they're called heirloom areas, rural areas, and agricultural reserve, ecosystem stewardship areas, or any other name, these protected lands should not be part of the corridor focused growth area or the limited growth footprint area as they are today in Thrive, and should not be included in density initiatives. They also should not contain designated activity centers. These areas should have a far different set of form-based code and pattern book than the rest of the county. Disruptively adding density to these areas invites sprawl and eventually makes it imperative. To recap, our land use points are: the areas outside the sewer envelope should not be part of the corridor-focused growth or limited growth footprint areas, should not be included in density initiatives, should not contain designated activity centers, are essential to achieving corridor-focused growth, and should have a far different set of form-based code and pattern book than the rest of the county. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you. And I'm going to get one more in who's called back, and that's Hesse Harris, because we try not to leave anyone behind. So, Ms. Harris, are you there? Or she seems to have dropped off. Well, you can't say we didn't try to get everybody in. I hope that everybody feels they had the opportunity to weigh in with all the ideas they wanted to share. And for now, we're adjourned, but I'm sure we'll be back to this very shortly. Thank you.